Welcome to AT&T's teleconference service. Please enter your access code, followed by the pound sign. Your conference is already in progress. You are joining your conference as the host. For a menu of available commands, press *#. To place all participants in talk mode, press 1. To begin a question and answer session, press 2. To join, your conference is now in question and answer mode. To summon each question, press 1, then 0. Each question will be asked in the order it was received.
Test, test. Test. Test.
Okay, welcome and thank you all for coming today. I'm going to call the California Building Standards Commission meeting to order. Pam, would you please call the roll?
Secretary Badger,
Here?
Commissioner Barthman, Commissioner Booth,
Here.
Commissioner Klossbuckner, Commissioner Mickerton,
Here.
Commissioner Sasaki,
Here.
Commissioner Winkle, Commissioner Patel,
Here.
Commissioner Santillan.
Here.
Thank you, Pam. In that we do have some absences noted, we do have a quorum. So I'm going to ask you all to please join Commissioner Sasaki and me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Kent?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. Okay, I would like to remind the public to please complete, and I'll show you what the form looks like, a request to address the commission form, items which you wish to address the commission about. As you can see, the form is a buff color and is available at the table at the rear of the meeting room. And please turn in, should you wish to speak, please turn in the form to one of the members of the staff. And we will be sure that you can speak on the item that you've requested. So the next item is on the agenda is item number 2, and it is the review and approval of the previous commission meeting minutes. We'll need to take a separate action on each set of meeting minutes. We'll first consider October 21st, 2014 meeting minutes. So, and then we will proceed on to December 16th and then, excuse me, January 19th and 20. But first, we'll consider October 21st, 2014. Commissioners, do you have any comments regarding the October minutes? Okay, seeing none, I'll entertain a motion on the October 20, I know, everyone's saying, are you really right? Is it really 2014? It is 14, not 15. That is correct. Mia, do we need to explain so the public's clear on why we're going back to October 15th? Would you just clarify that, please, before we take a vote?
Sure, it's October 14th. We didn't have it in the, we missed this one and didn't have it approved in the previous meetings, so we needed to slip it in to make sure the minutes were appropriately approved.
Approved and voted on?
Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions of Mia or concerns about this? Okay, I will entertain a motion to approve the October 21st, 2014 meeting.
Commissioner Sasaki moved to approve.
Is there a second?
Commissioner McEntin, second.
Thank you. It has been moved and seconded to approve the October 21st, 2014 meeting minutes. Can we, let's see, we have to have a roll call for this? Yes, please call the roll.
Commissioner Booth,
Yes.
Commissioner McEntin,
Yes.
Commissioner Sasaki,
Aye.
Commissioner Patel, and Commissioner Santillan.
I also abstain as I was not a member.
Not here. Yeah, we have 2 commissioners. So we only had 3, so that's not. Okay, so we'll have to move it when we have a quorum and more than 3. So that motion did not pass because we need more than 3 votes for a pass. So we will move that to another commission meeting. Are we concerned about that, y'all? Hang on 1 minute. Waiting for advice of counsel. Is that right? Are we accurate? Okay, this will move to the next agenda, next meeting. All right, we will now move to consider December 16th, 2015 meeting minutes. Commissioners, do you have any comments regarding this matter? Okay, seeing none, I will entertain a motion on the December 16th, 2015 meeting minutes.
Commissioner Sasaki moved to approve.
Commissioner Santillan, second.
It has been moved and seconded to approve the December 16th, 2015 meeting minutes. I guess we don't have to have a roll call, or do we? Do I? Oh, let's just do a roll call. Makes it cleaner, makes it cleaner. Please call the roll, Pam.
Commissioner Booth,
Yes.
Commissioner McEntin,
Yes.
Commissioner Sasaki,
Aye.
Commissioner Patel,
Yes.
Commissioner Santillan.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. The meetings have been approved. We'll move now to consider January 19th and 2016 meeting minutes. Commissioners, do we have any comments regarding these minutes? Okay, seeing none, I will entertain a motion to approve the January 19th and 2016 meeting minutes.
Commissioner Sasaki moved to approve.
Commissioner McEntin, second.
Thank you. It has been moved and seconded to approve the January 19th and 20th, 2016 meeting minutes. Pam, would you please call the roll?
Commissioner Booth,
Yes.
Commissioner McEntin,
Yes.
Commissioner Sasaki,
Aye.
Commissioner Patel,
Yes.
Commissioner Santillan.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. It's unanimous that we have approved the January 19th and 2016 meeting minutes. Thank you all. Moving on to item number 3, which is, gives me great pleasure to announce that we have a new executive director for the commission effective February 9th. That is Mia Marvelli. And we are very excited about her appointment. And I thank you all who have participated on the commission in that effort. Just to remind you all that Mia joined the Building Standards Commission in 2012 with 20 years of prior state service with the Department of Water Resources and the Department of General Service Real Estate Division. Prior to being named executive director, Mia served the CBSC as the staff architect who administered the processes related to the adoption, approval, publication, and implementation of the California Building Standards, building codes. So please join me in congratulating Mia. Thank you. I also, again, would like to thank the other candidates who participated in the recruitment and the final approval. We were very fortunate as a body to have excellent candidates. And also, I want to take this moment to thank Brent Jameson, who is the Deputy Director, Interagency Support Division at the Department of General Services, and staff members for all the work that they put into reviewing resumes. First of all, putting the publication out and reviewing resumes and advising the commission on the appointment. So I thank everyone for their effort. I also want to note at this time that we have received the governor's office. The governor has received the resignation of Cheryl Roberts, Commissioner Roberts, and the resignation of Malcolm Carson. And I personally want to thank, as I know my commissioners join me in thanking fellow commissioners Roberts and Carson for their efforts. It was just simply a matter that everybody has day jobs, and as each of you know, this is a lot of effort. There's a lot of material, and I'm so proud of this commission because each of you worked very diligently, as did Commissioner Roberts and Commissioner Carson. So I really appreciate that they were able to spend the time with the commission that they were able to do, and I greatly appreciate their public service. So I know you all join me in thanking Commissioner Roberts and Commissioner Carson for the time that they were here with us. All right. Let's see. We're moving on to item number 4. And does anyone have any public comments for the commission on items that are not on the agenda? This is the point of time that we discuss items not on the agenda. Yes, ma'am, if you would like to come forward, and please state your name and the item that you'd like to address. Yes, ma'am.
My name is Libby Yaramovic. I'm here to speak to you about the city of Beaumont that is in Riverside County. It is not on your agenda item. I'm speaking at public comment.
Yes, ma'am.
In the last 20 years, the city of Beaumont has grown from 6,000 people to 40,000 people. 15,000 houses have been built without any fire stations, adequate roadways, or other infrastructure. The recycled water facility that was scheduled to be completed in 1995 was never built. The Beaumont Basin has been in overdraft for over a decade and failed to meet the state's 25% water reduction standard implemented last year. They use double what their safe yield is, and Beaumont only has the Beaumont Basin for water. Their only other water supply is to buy it from the north. The city's executive staff contracted their own companies to perform all services instead of offering open bid contracts. Bond funds were illegally traded for mitigation fees. Every CEQA report stated no impact. On April 22nd, 2015, the city of Beaumont was raided by the FBI and the Riverside District Attorney's Office. The risk manager, city manager, finance director, public works director, economic development director, planning director, chief of police, and the vice president of Union Bank's trust department have all had to vacate their positions. The city claims that they have destroyed all of their documents, and Union Bank has destroyed all of their documents. They think there's no tracking of this. There's $350 million missing in Beaumont. And instead of building the infrastructure, it was just stolen. Because the inspectors are inspecting their own company's jobs, faulty materials are being used. Sidewalks less than a year old are already pockmarked and buckling. Other electricians in the area have documented the city's use of faulty wiring. Other contractors have also won lawsuits against the city for failing to have open bid contracts as required by state law. This city has been locked down for 20 years. The state controller's investigative report dated November 3rd, 2015, documents the city's inadequate accounting practices, violations of state law, and the city's bankrolling of Beaumont Electric, a private electrical company. For businesses to build in Beaumont, they had to use Beaumont Electric. They were not allowed to use any other electric company. It's a private company. I am an accountant, so I audited their books. Here is the wholesale supplies for Beaumont Electric the bills were being sent directly to the city, and the whole operation was being run right out of the city. In the Western Riverside Council of Government's $60 million judgment against the city of Beaumont for stealing county mitigation fees, Judge Chafee detailed the city's building scam and stated fraud by clear and convincing evidence. I am appealing to the Commission to investigate the City of Beaumont's total disregard for state building and standards laws that this Commission has enacted. We have asked public records to ask for who is building the sidewalks, putting in the streetlights. They say they have no records. They have none. They have no idea. That's their stance. They have no records. We did get the payroll records from Urban Logic for last year. I have them here. It shows them paying $1,000 an hour to Dennis Janda's brother. Dennis Janda is the city surveyor. Everything is great. This city they just slapped these houses together. Everything it's a house of cards. I looked on your website. You guys do the rules, but I don't see where you do the enforcement.
We do not. We do not have
There's
that
my problem.
responsibility.
Who does the enforcement? Who do I go to?
Have you addressed these issues? This is in Riverside County.
Riverside County is corrupt. The state controller stepped in. The state treasurer has stepped in. Everybody is screaming for the state attorney general to step in. Who regulates what you guys do? Because somebody has to step in. They're still just slapping houses together. One of these developments sued Party Homes because the wind blew and the dirt came through their walls. I don't know how that happened, but they were so poorly made that like sand just came through their walls, the structures. It was, I don't know, but they won their lawsuit.
I'm going to ask the executive director just to explain, so it's very clear for the public, for you, ma'am, and as well as for the public record, what the roles and responsibilities of the Building Standards Commission are, so it's clear for you. Do you want to address that, please?
Sure. Well, first of all, I'm sorry to hear about what's going on. Unfortunately, we're charged with running the rulemaking process to adopt the building codes, but we aren't the enforcement agency for all of the state. There are different state agencies that have authority for the occupancies. One of them would be Housing and Community Development, and then another one would be the State Fire Marshal's office. But it sounds like the chain that you're going, or the chain of command that you're going through is the appropriate one. Unfortunately, this commission can't address those specific items because it's beyond the scope of what we do, okay?
Yeah, I just want to make you guys aware of obviously there is something horribly wrong if a city can go 20 years with no impact on their CEQAs.
Right.
And never build a fire station. I mean, it's a horrible hazard. Not that they have water, but it would be nice to have a fire station. Some of those people don't have fire and safety protection 20 minutes from their homes.
I think you need to address this with the county commissioners as well as the district attorney of Riverside County.
Thank you.
Thank you for your appearance, very appreciative. And again, sorry for the issues that you brought forward, but thank you.
I don't live there, I'm just the auditor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, thank you very much. Is there anybody else from the public that would like to address the commission on matters that are not on the agenda? Okay, seeing none, we will move now to item number 5. The proposed adoption and amendment by the Division of State Architect. Oh, excuse me, let me, I have an amendment in my notes that I need to bring forward, sorry. Yep. Again, on item number 5, at the commission meeting on January 20, 2016, the commission approved the regulations packet submitted by the Division of State Architect, access compliance to the 2016 California Building Code, Section 11B-403.5.1 and 11B-403, .5.1.1, Chapter 11B, Part 2 of the Title 24. During the motion to approve the amendment to the regulation, the Commission added language which was considered a substantial regulatory change. Regulatory procedure requires that substantial changes are to be made available to the public for a certain period of time. Absent procedural compliance, the action taken at the last commission meeting to approve the Division of State Architects access regulation as amended was not valid, and the packet must be resubmitted to the commission for another vote. That is why this item is back on our agenda for today. I just wanted to make that very clear to the public as well as to the commissioners. Does anybody have, on the commission, have a question given what I've just stated? Okay, thank you. Then I will turn to the Division of State Architect who are at the at the table. Please introduce yourself and introduce this item.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Dennis Corellis. I'm with the Division of the State Architect as Deputy State Architect. To my left is Derek Shaw, a Senior Architect who will assist, and I'd be pleased to thank you for the opportunity to present this one item. As you so aptly stated, this item is being reconsidered due to our inadvertent realization that the addition of the word technically would be a substantive change to the regulation. This item was intended to recast the requirements for sidewalks and to restate them as positive requirements instead of the current language states them as a series of exceptions. The intent of this was to restate them as positive requirements and retain one exception that deals with the necessity to reduce the sidewalk width to 36 inches, which is consistent with the federal standard, for limited lengths to accommodate an obstruction such as a power pole, a piece of street furniture that's very difficult to relocate. And current code allows this to happen when the agency that reviews the access provisions, the agency having jurisdiction, makes a finding that it's unreasonable to comply explicitly with all the requirements. When that happens, they can make a finding when they evaluate it per the 5 criteria, which I can go into if you like, that would be infeasible or unreasonable to do that. And then they're able to reduce the width of the sidewalk to 36 inches, but the current regulations don't have any limitation on how long that length of reduced section can be. It's basically unlimited. This regulation seeks to, again, recast the requirements, but also eliminate the need to do the administrative finding, but in counterbalance to that, it proposes a limitation of 24 inches. So an agency could go forward, go around a power pole, for example, to reduce it to 36 inches, as long as that a reduction is less than 24. If they had a larger piece of equipment, it would require them, to install the proper sidewalk or to go through the extensive findings of technical infeasibility. And we did provide a diagram for the commissioners and the public, and if you'd like, I could go over and explain the two options which are illustrated. On the top is the current code, and below shows what's proposed.
Before you do that, I probably will have a couple questions, and I just want to note that the diagram was only submitted to us this morning.
That's
so
correct.
Unfortunately, we do not have it for those who are on the webinar.
Right.
So before you go over the diagram, who brought this code change to the Division of State Architect?
I think I'm going to ask
it
Derek to
Caltrans?
respond to that. Yes, I think so, yes. It was, we did this in conjunction, we discussed it with Caltrans and other public works agencies across the state. Yeah.
Okay, so just to be crystal clear, and if anybody has questions of Caltrans or any of the other people that have been concerned about this code, we'll get to that in a minute. Just to be crystal clear, what you're saying, Dennis, as I understand it, let's just say there's a pole, and let's just use Caltrans as example. They need, for whatever reason, to put a pole on a sidewalk. And right now, without this code change, they could put that pole on the sidewalk, diminish that sidewalk from its standard California code of 48 inches. They could put the pole in and reduce the size of that sidewalk to 24 inches. 36 inches, sorry, I meant 36. Okay?
Let me add one clarification. What you described would only apply to a situation when they're dealing with an existing condition in an alteration situation. If they were building a brand-new sidewalk system, then they would have to comply with the 48 inches. There is no exemption. Correct.
Okay, so that's a very important clarification. So let me start out, let me give you the other example. So there's a pole there, and there's a restoration, so there's an existing sidewalk, okay? That existing sidewalk is currently 48 inches wide, and they reduce, they will need to reduce it down to 36 inches. I think what you're saying is they could, without this code change, reduce that sidewalk for as long as they want to. If it's a mile long, they're going to make that sidewalk 36 inches for a mile. And what you want to do with this code is limit Caltrans, a county, whomever, to only being able to reduce that sidewalk for 24 inches. And then it has to go, then they must comply with the code and make sure the rest of that sidewalk remains at 48.
Right.
Right? Is that clear?
That is correct. That's what the code would explicitly allow. So they could proceed using their judgment and taking into consideration, they could not go beyond the 24 inches. And
right now they could.
right now, they have to make a finding of unreasonable hardship to do
Which
that.
is the 5 points.
Yes.
But if they, and that's a self-certification, is it not?
For Caltrans, yes, I believe it is. Yeah.
So they can take into consideration the 5 points of hardship, and if they certify that they meet those 5, then conceivably, right now, without this code change, they could reduce that sidewalk to 36 inches for whatever length, for a block, for 2 blocks, for a mile, whatever.
As long as it
Correct?
was justified, I believe that's correct. Yeah.
So I'm trying to get clarity. So as it's presented, the DSA has, you use the word in your testimony, I think, Dennis, that this is a positive code change. And the reason I believe I'm hearing you say that the DSA is seeing it's positive because it will limit Caltrans, county, city, whomever. It will limit what they can do in terms of the reduction of the sidewalk in length. So they're going to take it down because of a pole or whatever from 48 to 36, but they can only do that for 24 inches.
That's what the
And
code
right
will
now,
say.
they could do it for 2 blocks if they wanted, right?
When they make a finding, yes. Yeah, right.
finding that is self-certified?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I'm clear on it. Does anybody have any, if Caltrans or someone from the county is here that wants to further or correct what I've said, for the record, you're welcome to come to do that.
This is Commissioner McIntyre.
Yes.
So just to further clarify, and that's helpful, but it would allow, if you look at it the other way, it would allow Caltrans to, they can do this now with a finding, and they can do it longer with a finding. And what it would do is allow them less administrative process and less sort of checks and balances in order to do it for short distances, which might wind up constituting 90% of a block, 2 feet here, 2 feet here, 2 feet here, 2 feet here, conceivably.
Yeah, for each instance of the need to reduce it, currently it requires a separate finding for each pole in your example, for example.
Right.
It's my understanding of it.
Right. So with, let's say, with communications poles and power poles and signage and other elements, maybe not signage because that's more easily moved, but other elements, Caltrans could use this ability, if they were to have it, to not go through the findings process and say that for a particular block, you have 30 instances where it's reduced to 3 feet for no longer than 2 feet without having to go through any finding.
That's the outcome, yes, you're correct.
Right. And that, to me, is a much bigger outcome than looking at a single pole. It's an accumulative effect.
Right.
Yeah.
There is a requirement, though, that you must go back to a proper width sidewalk of 48 inches for, and what's the length there? For a minimum of 4 feet. So you could not stack
Right.
a small section and have 2 inches of 48-inch sidewalk, for example. That would not be allowed. There, you have a minimum of 48 inches that you have to provide of a 48-inch wide sidewalk.
Understood.
Okay, thank you.
So, any other questions? I think that helps in terms of clarifying. Okay, I do have several cards of people who would like to speak on this process, or on this item number 5. And I would like to call forward Mr. Cordova from the Department of Transportation, Caltrans, California Department of Transportation. So when you get to the table, sir, if you could please speak clearly into the mic and introduce yourself with title, please.
Yes, thank you. My full name is Hector David Cordova with the California Department of Transportation. And I'm the liaison working with external governments on design issues, design standards for our department. The existing CBC provision, 11B 403.5.1 Exception 3, is actually inconsistent with federal codes. And so the proposed wording attempts to correct the inconsistency or bring it more in line with the federal model. The inconsistency has occurred for decades. The currently applicable federal 2010 ADA standards, section 403.5.1 clear width says the clear width of walking surfaces shall be 36 inches, minimum. Prior to this, 1991 ADAG, section 4.3.3 width says the minimum clear width of an accessible route, shall be 36 inches. Similarly, the 1984 UFAS, that's UFAS, section 4.3.3 width says the minimum clear width of an accessible route shall be 36.
Excuse me, could you please slow down? We're having.
Caption.
Sorry about that. Yes,
Okay,
I
sorry.
apologize.
I'll go a little slower.
Thank you.
So I'll repeat that last part. Similarly, the 1984 UFAS section 4.3.3 width says the minimum clear width of an accessible route shall be 36 inches. The current CBC provision contains an unreasonable hardship documentation in order to allow a clear width of 36 inches on a sidewalk reduced from 48 inches. However, an unreasonable hardship documentation is not required for other similar CBC provisions. For example, 11B 403.5.1 allows 36 inches clear width in general for an accessible route. And according to exception number 1, allows a clear width to be further reduced to 32 inches for a 24-inch distance. That's typically at a door jamb.
Slow down again, please, sir.
Okay. A suggestion to insert technically before the word proposed word infeasible negates the purpose of the proposed change, because that would, one of the purposes, because that would still require a documentation. Any documentation is unnecessary for a 36-inch clear width, whether it is the state term unreasonable hardship or for the federal and state term technically infeasible. The federal codes do not require technically infeasible for a 36-inch clear width, because 36 inches is the basic accessible route for all users.
So is that the inconsistency, that what you just stated?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry to interrupt.
Yes, it should be noted that the proposed wording change for 36 inches is in the case of an alteration for existing conditions. New construction on a sidewalk would still be subject to the 48-inch clear width. And I would like to point out that the proposed language, even that is still not completely in line with the federal model, because the federal model allows 36 inches with no documentation required at all. It seems to convey a double standard. There seems to be a presumption that there's more available space on a sidewalk than in a building facility. And in reality, space for public right-of-way sidewalks are extremely constrained in many such instances. The benefit of the proposed change that was already discussed, I'd like to point out, is that for an owner-operator of public sidewalks, such as Caltrans, who have allowed us traffic signal poles, light poles, utility poles, etc., to meet the 36-inch clear width standard, will be better able to manage future projects on an altered sidewalk when considering utility hardware relocation and property acquisition, including easements or having to purchase adjacent properties. So because of all these reasons and the complexities we face on constrained right-of-way with sidewalks, the Department of Transportation supports the proposed amendments.
Okay, sir, I'm trying really hard today to bring real clarity to this clear as mud situation we have. So if you could, without notes, just tell us in reality and give us an example. Caltrans is having to alter, because it's not new, we've got that clear today. Just sort of say, for example, if we were going to do this, and just explain it to us.
Well, suppose there's so many different examples, but...
Think of one.
Well,
You do them all the time.
Yeah, so, well, suppose that we are attempting to widen the sidewalks, which we will do proactively. So we get to a situation like at a corner, where now all of a sudden we have signal hardware, light poles, utility poles, cabinets,
okay,
and other things. And we come to there, and we can widen the sidewalk to some extent, but cannot achieve the 48 inches, that clear width. The sidewalk may be 10 feet wide, but because of the things that
right.
are there, it restrains the clear width. And so we could accomplish, say, 40 inches, but anything less than 48 would then trigger the need for the unreasonable hardship, when we see that the federal codes don't require that at all. You can be at 36 inches and that is the basic accessible route, and no documentation would be required.
Got
And so
it.
we can move forward.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but
Yes.
I'm trying to bring clarity here. So let's just get back to your example, and you need, it's necessary to reduce the sidewalk. You cannot reduce it less than 36 inches currently, cannot. So right now, what would Caltrans do? Let's say the sidewalk is 50 inches, and you have this utility box, and you got to alter the sidewalk to accommodate for this box. So you take it down to the allowed 36 inches. Right now, how long would Caltrans just do it for a foot, 2 feet, or would they just alter the sidewalk for whatever length they felt like they could under their hardship criteria, which is a self-certification and whatever else? So you get my point? So what would you do? What would
Okay.
Caltrans do
Okay.
currently?
And that is a little bit different than the example I was giving.
Oh, well, see, I didn't understand it then,
So
I guess.
I can get back to that one too, but I think what you're describing, if we're not able to accommodate a lateral clearance of 48 inches, we would be documenting if that is the only way to do it. Otherwise, we'd be having to get an easement. We would have to pay the property owner, or we would have to tell the utility owner that they have to relocate. And in many instances, there is no other place to relocate. And
The heart of my question is, currently, would Caltrans, let's just say you can reduce the sidewalk to 36 inches, and that works for getting around the box or whatever. Currently, how far would Caltrans alter that sidewalk? Just around the box? For a block? 10 feet?
No, it would just
What
be-
what would drive that decision?
it would be trying to meet the standard of 48 to the maximum extent feasible.
No, I'm not talking about the width of the sidewalk. I'm talking about the length. Like, let's say you're
Okay.
accommodating for this electrical box, and you get through all the criteria and the la. You get it down to 36 inches. Currently, what would Caltrans do in terms of the length, not the width, the length? Would you
Well,
just take it down to the end of the block?
No, it's
Or
only.
would you just get it around the box?
Only around the box, because that is the impediment. That's the point restriction. I'll use that wording, because we have a whole lot more sidewalk that is available. So it's only for that. It's only for that obstruction.
Okay.
And so in that case, that's how we would have to do it. And we can only go down to 36 inches. So, but if I may go back to the previous
Sure, of
example,
course.
in the case where we're widening, not reducing, widening the sidewalk, which we are trying to do in many locations, we come to a constrained situation where we can widen to some extent, but not to have the total 48 inches. It may be existing 36 inches, and the added piece of sidewalk, because we don't own all the right-of-way, there may be a building, there may be developed lands, and we do not have that opportunity. So then we would be faced with obtaining an easement or purchasing a sliver take of a property and have to pay the homeowner whatever the assessment is. So, but with the provision for the 36 inches, just at that point, by the way, at the pole restriction or cabinet restriction for that matter, then we have it just for the 36 inches, or if we have existing 40, that also works. But we can go as low as 36, because that is the minimum accessible route. We don't have to obtain the easement or the property acquisition.
And just to be clear, 36 inches is judged as being the proper width for access for a wheelchair.
Yes,
or
that's
electric chair.
that's the minimum accessible route in federal codes, and
Okay.
has been around a long time.
Right. I just
So-
want to
so-
make sure
so-
that the record's clear on that.
So we're not suggesting to go below that, and we're talking only of a point restriction, no more than 24 inches, and then you're back to the 48.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the benefit for owner operators such as Caltrans.
Okay.
This is Commissioner Mickelton, follow up on that. What you're seeming to say is that you would be holding yourself to essentially the same performance standards if this were to pass as what you have now, but that you would not need to do for each individual location, you would not need to do the finding process.
Precisely, because the federal codes don't require a technically infeasible documentation either.
Right. Although we have to recognize that there are many things in Title 24, especially regarding disabled access, where we have provisions that are in excess of, meaning better,
I appreciate that.
the federal code.
I appreciate that, and in my dealings with the codes for so many years, I am aware of that. But this is one area I believe I don't believe it's the best for all stakeholders. So that's why I'm suggesting we be more in line with the federal model.
Why is it not the best for somebody with a disability?
I meant all stakeholders, meaning because the federal model of 36 inches is the basic accessible route, even for people with disabilities. So,
Right.
Or what length of, but to what length? See, that's where I was going with my example earlier.
well,
Because we're limiting now with, the suggestion is, excuse me, Eric, for interrupting.
No, please.
That we're limiting with this proposal, it to only in length 24 inches.
then you're back to the 48.
Right, exactly.
So that's even better
Then
yet.
you're back to a width
Yes.
of 48.
Yes.
And so that one would think, I think that was my point with Dennis earlier, when he proposed that this is positive, he's suggesting it positive because we are limiting it to only 24 inches in length. So you can only reduce that sidewalk to get around in a pole or whatever for only 24 inches to the width of 36 inches from 48.
Yes.
So that's the make it better, I
Yes.
guess.
In the practical world, as I look at and experience obstructions in sidewalks, utility boxes, poles, light standards, all of these things, they're not longer than 24 inches generally. I can't think of one that is. Are there?
Well, there
Poles like
lies,
that?
there
And the
lies.
cabinets are
yes.
usually, maybe 18 to 24, right?
Well, for the 24-inch limitation will take care of the vast majority of obstructions. This will go a long ways. This because it'll take care of poles, light poles, signal poles. It would take care of the vast majority of situations. That's why I say it seems to be best for all stakeholders.
And to me, I think we're actually saying the same thing, but have a different spin on it, which is that already the vast majority of situations, you're going back to a 48-inch width in less than 24 inches. So something that's already in the practical world, the de facto case, you're saying now codifying it makes it better. I don't agree that it makes it better. It's codifying it, but you're already trying to perform to that standard, or better if you can, it sounds like.
Well,
So, Commissioner Sasaki, well,
Sasaki?
I think I understand. Caltrans wants to, with this proposed provision or amendment, wants to not have to, every time they alter it such that it's less than 48, have to go through and
The
address the hardship.
self-certification.
Right, correct.
Right.
So,
Reduction
that's-
of paperwork.
That
Yes.
they're codifying it there, so they wouldn't have to do that.
yes, it becomes a bureaucratic nightmare because
And-
the documentation. Anyways.
Can you tell me where that documentation resides after currently after Caltrans does this today? Where does anybody go to look at that self-certification
We
of the
have-
5 points?
We have the project files. We have a document that the federal government has approved for Caltrans on the guidance, which includes the documentation criteria. And so the Federal Highway Administration, which is delegated from the US DOJ to the US DOT, approved our guidance for documentation. So that's the criteria. Then that documentation resides with the project files for that particular project.
Okay. So if the public wants to look at what Caltrans has self-certified too, that they need, then they would have to ask for the project file. And how does the public get that? Do they get that through a PRA? Do they get that through a public records request? Or how would I, as a member of the public, go in and maybe I disagree with the way you've done a sidewalk around a pole? How do I go figure that out?
Oh, it's always available. You could ask. We have on our website for the department, we have an ADA coordinator that you can make the request through. You could also go through the Public Information Act. You could also ask the particular district, because we have 12 districts in California.
Okay, and so what if I have a problem with that? What is my avenue to object? Do I file a complaint with the county? Do I file a complaint with Caltrans? What's my administrative remedy?
There is the provision from federal regulations for filing a complaint or grievance, and that procedure is on the Caltrans website.
With whom would I do that? I mean, just if you can explain for the record, without me having to go on the website right now. Who looks at that?
It's managed under our ADA coordinator for the department, and the staff will assist with the application, and then once that is received, then they will contact the district ADA coordinator for that district. We have 12 districts, so then they would contact that person, and then that person would be having the task to get with the management of that office to obtain the records, and then they would get back.
So who's the judge and who's the jury? If I have a complaint,
well,
who's the judge?
Everything funnels through the ADA coordinator for the department.
So that's the judge.
Yes.
Who's the jury?
Well, really, it's the facilitator to obtain the document for the person requesting it. And if they have a grievance that they're not satisfied with it, then there is the investigation process, which is also through the federal government model, Federal Highway Administration model for conducting ADA grievances. And then there's an investigation, and then we submit the records to the Federal Highway Administration that oversees us, and then so they also keep a record as well.
In your memory, can you recall that there's been some kind of a administrative action taken and Caltrans had to reverse themselves on a sidewalk, for example? Or go about it in a different way, like obtain easement, buy property to make the proper width of the...
No. What would happen? And I have heard of instances that we acknowledge we have a problem, and then we will remedy it with a correction project, and so then we will be correcting that, and those are also too submitted to the Federal Highway Administration of our course of action.
Okay. Yes, Commissioner Sasaki?
Yeah, Dennis, just to clarify your use of the word positive when you were describing the proposed amendment, I think when you used the word positive, you meant that you were taking what's in the code right now as an exception, which is the sidewalk portion, and the proposed change is putting that forth as taking that out of this exception section and putting that as a direct requirement. Is that?
That is correct. We are establishing a new section on sidewalks that states the requirements explicitly as opposed to having to go to the exception. There are 5 exceptions now. I think we're going to only have 1 exception when we're done, just to get away from because people get confused when the users, when they look at the requirement, then wait, there's an exception. We'd rather state it explicitly so it's clearer, I think, from a user's perspective.
Right, and that's what you meant by positive,
correct.
right?
Yes.
Rather than beneficial to.
Well, in some ways, it could be looked at positive with an explicit 24-inch, length. That could be, again, as Mr. Cordova stated, many of the instances can be handled in sub 24-inch length, but we did add the requirement that there must be, you couldn't have two 24-inch lengths very close together. You still need to have that 4-foot distance before you can exercise, this strict compliance with the code.
Right,
So-
but the main point is that you took it out of the exceptions
Correct.
and put it into actual requirement.
Yes.
All right.
Codifying as Commissioner Mickleton said earlier, yeah. Does anybody else have any questions of Mr. Cordova? Yes, sir.
Commissioner Patel. Sorry. My question was just for my own edification. The original language is unreasonable hardship. Is that correct, in the exception?
Yes.
Does that term constitute Caltrans having to do something?
Yeah.
Oh, yes, that's defined in the building code. There's a criteria that has to be followed.
Right, okay. And then when you change the word to infeasible, does that term by itself connotate you having to do anything exceptional by reducing the width?
That does not require the documentation.
Okay, but technically infeasible then throws it back into the definitions in ADAG and PROAG?
Yes, because that's a federal terminology which has a documentation, and that the federal government has told us that, and we have it built in our current guide, technically infeasible is a justification trigger, and so it has to be documented.
Okay, and as Dennis, as you said, one of the benefits would be that it would limit the reduction to the 36 inches for only a period of 24 inches in length.
Yes.
And then they'd have to open it up again. So they couldn't put a series of obstacles in the sidewalk to narrow that path down to 36 inches for more than the 24.
That's the intent that we're doing, yes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Another question about process. I'm wondering whether this diagram or something similar was included in the public process that this particular code proposal has gone through, and the explanations that we're hearing today.
No, unfortunately, we did not do that, and we're going to be revamping our processes to make sure that things like this are very explicitly illustrated, and I think a picture is worth 1,000 words, so we're going to be evaluating how best to communicate to everybody what the proposal would be, what the changes would be, and I think this is a good example of we could do better in making sure we're very, very clear on what is being proposed.
We're going to need to take a break. I don't want to, I'd prefer to take a break now, and if we have further questions of Mr. Cordova, we have 2 more people who have asked to speak on item 5. So could we just take a 15-minute break, and then we'll resume the discussion if there are any other questions for Caltrans and Mr. Cordova at that time, okay? Thank you all, 15 minutes.
Thank you, Dave.
Oh, still trying to catch up from taxes and all of that. We spent the last few weeks. Yeah, yeah. It was a lot of fun, just down in Lodi, so that was great. Saw over 200 Broncos there, classic Broncos. Some in beautiful, pristine.
Big offers on yours?
No. There were a lot of others that were much nicer and might.
But a lot of times they're looking for it. Okay, let me see if I can find these.
Yeah.
Sometimes I know when I take my last one shows, I almost always do something the same.
Oh yeah.
You just don't see them like that.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I think we'll probably tend to keep the external appearance kind of warm looking. But I did actually, before going to the Bronco meet, I got the inside all spray canned out, so it was all at least one flat black color. Put the new seats that I had sitting in my living room for the last 6 months, put those in, so that was good. Got a couple of formats to cover up the pockmarked, rusted out floorboards. So it looked a lot better than it really is.
That's why it ran good there.
Ran great, ran great down there. The next day, it was kind of funny, because the next day, since it was all cleaned up and the windows were clean and everything, I decided to drive it into work. On my way home from work that evening, I dropped the linkage between the shifter and the transmission. So I had first gear, but I couldn't find second or third. None to be had. So I got off the freeway, the next exit, and went home on the surface streets at 25 miles an hour max. Got home, yeah.
So was it just some linkage that came off?
It is, yes. But in coming off the
Ladies and gentlemen, if you could take your seats, we're going to get started in another minute or two, okay? Thank you. All right, we are back on agenda. Just a couple items I want to clarify real quickly. I'm assuming we have some folks on the phone. I will turn to you to those who are on the phone for comment as soon as we're completed with public comment for the public that is here today and for whom I have speaking cards, request to speak cards. One other thing I'd like to make very clear, Dennis, if I may ask you, we talked about a diagram. I'm holding it up for those who are here in the audience. It's the Division of State, the title of this is Division of State Architect Access Compliance, and it lists item 5. And it's an attempt to illustrate what is being talked about, meaning the 36-inch, 46-inch, showing how somebody could get around, somebody who is disabled and in a chair could get around the obstruction. I want to make it clear, Dennis, this is not part of the regulatory package. This is just to illustrate what we're talking about with item 5 today. It's just to help explain.
That is correct, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Most illustrations are always illustrative and don't have regulatory effect unless explicitly called out in a regulation. So this is to assist people understanding what we're attempting to do. Thank you.
I want to make sure that everybody in the audience has had an opportunity to look at this. And I'm going to turn to council. Is that expressly clear now?
Yes, Secretary Battier.
Okay, thank you. All right, we had taken a break while Mr. Cordova, who is from Caltrans, was explaining, and I think he's done with his explanation, and we were asking questions. Do any of the commissioners have any further questions of Mr. Cordova? Okay, seeing none, thank you, sir. I'm now going to call Christopher Lee, who has submitted a request to address the commission card. Mr. Lee, please come forward. He is from the California State Association of Counties. State your name, your title, please, sir. Thank you.
Good morning, my name is Christopher Lee. I'm a legislative analyst with the California State Association of Counties. We're here today in support of the recommendation that's before you. We did have a chance to review this with a number of public works directors from across the state, and they think it's a well-warranted adjustment that will allow them flexibility while still maintaining consistency with the federal standards, and also ensuring that this new authority is only applied to situations where there's a very small length of an exception. We did get some additional comments, for instance, from the County of San Diego, who indicated that this actually wouldn't apply to many of the common obstructions that are adjacent to roadways. For instance, they pointed out that traffic signal boxes typically are larger than 24 inches long and can be as long as 72 inches. So there are plenty of areas where this limited new authority wouldn't apply and where the existing process would still have to be used. So because of that, we think that this is a warranted change and are supportive. And we are happy to work with the Division of the State Architect and others to ensure that we educate counties and our public works directors about this new provision.
I appreciate that because I do think knowledge and training is lacking sometimes in our process. So I appreciate your suggesting that you'll work with the counties to make sure that they understand the implementation factors if indeed there is a change and if indeed this becomes enacted. Thank you. Are there any questions of Mr. Lee? Okay, seeing none, thank you, sir. I have another card that's been submitted, a request to address the commission from Connie Arnold. Ms. Arnold, would you like to come forward, please? Can you please?
Trying to adjust the chair controls.
No problem. Mike, can you make sure that yeah, that's good. Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
If you could just state your name.
Thank you. My name is Connie Arnold, and I'm a disability rights advocate from Elk Grove, California. And I've been testifying before this body since the 80s. So that's a long time. That probably dates me, but anyway. I really support our strong California Title 24 codes that we've had that are more stringent than the ADA. And so that's one of the first points I want to make is in listening to the discussion, about how the federal codes allow a lower standard of 36 inches and blah, 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 blah. The ADA allows state codes to be more stringent and provide better and greater access for persons with disabilities. And that's what we've had in California going back to 1981. And we don't need a reduction in access. I understand what Caltrans is stating. And they're basically stating we don't need to have this finding codes, which technically infeasible would be, where we can get rid of this hardship aspect of things so that we don't have to pay for assessments, easements. We don't have to make purchases from property owners for exceptions to the sidewalk standards lower than 48 inches. They say this is to help stakeholders. Now, Caltrans has been sued in the past for its failure to provide access. So I, as a person with a disability who also constantly am going up and down sidewalks and around poles and things like that, have fallen off sidewalks that are too narrow with my back wheels and been stranded there dangling off a 4-inch drop or whatever, I have problems with this. So I'm going to address my comments to this and to item 10 as well, but because I need to leave. Regarding 11B 403.5.1.1 sidewalks and walks, the clear width for sidewalks and walks shall be 48 inches minimum in alterations where existing conditions make provision of 48 inches minimum clear width infeasible. It should be technically infeasible, which I believe you had done at your last meeting until somebody decided that you couldn't make those code changes to insert that word technically infeasible, which would require a public record to be made of an exception if it is allowed. So essentially, it seems like that would be a small change, but it's unfortunate that this is the way the state architect is doing things to reduce our access standards in California and to line us more in line with a reduced code of a federal standard. Now, I understand why some of these entities want this and why the public works want this, so they all have carte blanche and some building official can just make the decision, hey, we have an option here and we can reduce sidewalks down to 36 inches and there's not going to be any accountability for it. You're not going to have to make any justification in the public record for it. You can just say, hey, we need it, therefore done. No, end of story. No reason to pay any easements, no reason to pay any property owners, no documentation in the record or very little documentation, trying to track down who made the change or how to enforce your rights to have proper access in California. This would allow the clear width for sidewalks and walks would be permitted to be reduced to 36 inches minimum for a length of 24 inches maximum, provided that reduced width side segments are separated by segments that are 48 inches long minimum and 48 inches wide minimum. Existing conditions include, but are not limited to, right-of-way restrictions, utility poles, street lights, and traffic signal hardware. Well, I'm sorry, I'm going too fast. I can see this woven sidewalk where they reduce it to 36 inches. They don't need to provide any, reasoning why they had the exception. They make it 24 inches, and then they make a 48 inch. And then they, at whatever point they decide to make the 48 inch, and then they're going to do it in segments. So we've got 36, 24 inches, 48. Then, you're just going to get this weird sidewalk pattern. This is a problem for people with disabilities. So the word technically infeasible is defined, and it should be kept in there, and this should go back for more work before we start reducing access here in California. If the commission is concerned about compliance with California laws precluding the commission from writing code changes, you have to be concerned about the violations by the commission and by Mr. Chet Whittam, the state architect of California Government Code 4450 and 11346.45, which require consultation with the disability community when changing the California access standards, and of California Government Code 4459, which prohibits any reduction in California access standards. You cannot be prejudicially selective of which laws you enforce. I mean, I heard at the beginning you say you're enforcing the laws of California, but you're being selective, here. A commission approval of this code change will be purposeful and willful violation of state laws that protect the rights of persons with disabilities like myself and one of your commissioners and anybody that is using a wheelchair, a scooter, and I don't know how many of you know, but there are a lot of scooters out there, and they're larger scooters, wider because our population is growing wider. That's why we have more diabetes and all these things, but we need to make sure we're protecting the rights of persons with disabilities and providing access and maintaining our 48-inch issues with documentation where there's an unreasonable hardship about why something needs to be done. I'm sorry they have to pay for it. I'm sorry all that paperwork causes somebody, a headache that they feel it's trouble, but going down sidewalks, that are not accessible are a headache to me. So I want to say that I'm one of the 49 spokespersons from the January 19th and 20th CBSC meeting that is being represented by Attorney Patricia Barbosa, who have petitioned the Office of Administrative Law to stop the promulgation of access code changes that reduce access, and were approved by the Commission in January. We're going to have no choice but to petition the office to stop this code change if it's approved by this Commission. I think that would be a shame. I think any further reduction of access codes here in California is something that we should be reconsidering, because the population is aging. Seniors are aging. More people are becoming disabled. It isn't just, oh, they're aging, becoming disabled, so give them the assisted suicide law. Let's provide access for people. What needs to also happen, and this might be slightly addressed, but not entirely addressed by item number 10 that's being proposed, but we need you to get the state architect's office to restart the Disability Access Advisory Committee meetings.
Ms. Arnold, I don't mean to interrupt you, but we will be addressing that in item 10, and we have to, I think, counsel.
And I have to leave. So I just want to say that what I'm saying is, in relation to this could have all gone before the Access Advisory Committee, and we could be discussing these issues. But just to come and say all the public works departments and all the counties really support this change, and the Caltrans supports this change, of course they do. Any change that reduces access and reduces their cost of providing access for persons with disabilities, they're going to support. It's a dollar and cents thing. It's not representing the best interest of the public at large. So I would like to see, this disapproved, this item disapproved. I'd like to see you restart the Disabled Access Advisory Committee. Certainly, I would support whatever the commissioner is proposing for item 10, but we also need for the state architect's office to find a way to better communicate and allow persons with disabilities into the process of developing the codes that meet our needs.
Thank you.
We realize that the state law right now says you can't improve codes, but you also can't reduce access either. So we need to do something to fix these issues and make our lives better. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Lee. I appreciate that very much.
It's Connie Arnold. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I don't know why I said that. Excuse me, Miss Arnold.
That's
Excuse
okay.
me, I'm sorry. I know that well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there, those are the only cards that were submitted today to request to address the public. Is there anybody else here in the hearing room that would like to address the commission on item number 5? Okay. Seeing none, we'll please turn to Leanne, turn to the phones, and if we have public on the phone that would like to comment on number 5.
You have 3 questions remaining.
Okay, may I please take the first person, and may I ask those that are on the phone to give your name and who you are representing and speak clearly. Thank you.
This is Cynthia Jones, and I'm in San Diego, California. And I'm basically an advocate. I've been working on disability rights for 40 years. This all concerns me that what is happening is California has long been the leader in access, and now, little by little, it's being chipped away at. And what I can see is when it's an exception that is 36 inches on the sidewalk, it will become the reality. When I have been working in San Diego for some of the building codes, they basically say, well, we abide by California State Building Code. So if the code gets reduced, then that becomes the law in San Diego. And I also hear that many of the people have been talking about what the federal law is. Well, California is, in many cases, has greater access than the federal code. So I think that you really need to look at what you're doing here. I mean, I'm offended a little bit by the fact that people say, well, it'll be easier for them to do. They won't have to file regulation. They won't have to file the paperwork. I mean, I have actually complained at some things to the Federal Highway and Transportation. I don't have the name in front of me, and basically it takes months and months and months, and then you come back with something that says, well, we're not really concerned about that. Well, I think that it just seems there has to be more accountability when you're reducing access. And I think as the prior speaker spoke about the number of people with disabilities increasing and actually, unfortunately, the largeness of the population increasing as far as their weight and width, I think all of this comes into play. Lastly, I would say that in San Diego there are many of these sidewalk cafes that have what I think have encroached upon sidewalks. And then there is like a telephone box or some kind of box that gets on the corner. And so all of a sudden you are really restricted in trying to get by, and that's current. So I'm wondering how this would happen in the future where nobody has to do anything. They just say, 36 inches is fine. So I really think that you should, first of all, go back to the drawing board on this and really give it a look before you approve this. And I also, in full disclosure, I'm one of the 49 spokespersons with disabilities that is represented by Patricia Barbosa. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. Appreciate it. And again, thank you for waiting so long on the phone. The next person that's on the phone, please.
You have 3 questions remaining.
Hi, this is Victoria with AT&T. AT&T appreciates all the time and effort that's taken place to study the issues addressed by the change to California Building Code Chapter 11B, Section 11B 403.5.1, and Section 11B-403.5.1.1. Unfortunately, to the best of our knowledge, AT&T only received notice of this proposed change and this hearing just yesterday. AT&T has many facilities and equipment in the public rights-of-way across California. AT&T is attached to poles that are addressed by this change and also have different types of equipment that may be affected. We would like an opportunity to perform a review of the changes proposed and provide thoughtful comments to the Commission. This morning, we have emailed a letter to the Commission requesting until April 29th to file written comments.
You mailed that through the United States Mail?
Just this morning, yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. May we please, again, and thank you for your patience waiting, I appreciate it. May we please go to the next person on the phone?
You have 2 questions remaining.
Oh, hello. Am I on?
You are.
Hello?
Yes, you're on.
Okay, this is Holly-Ann DeLille. We have some violations of procedure happening today. we were given the wrong participant code for calling in. I called and finally got through to someone at a few minutes after 10. After waiting some more length of time, I was told that we could use the original participation code. That was a great delay for a lot of people, created a lot of confusion. At that time, I took the time to email about the 200 or so people that are on my email list that want to follow these issues, to tell them to call in again, try the participant code again. It should be working. However, I don't know. I'm quite sure that there are people who are greatly disenfranchised today who were not able to get through. That's one of your major procedural problems and violations. The second one was I wanted to bring this to your attention and ask for a delay of at least some hours in order to notify everybody about the participant code problem. However, and I wanted to do that during your public comment period, but you did not give anybody waiting on the phone an opportunity to speak during your public comment period. So you've got some major violations going on right now of the public process.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but that we're currently in that public comment period, and I'm just now turning.
No, before you went to your agenda items, you had a open public comment of items not on the agenda, and I wanted to bring this to your attention then and ask you if we could have a delay in order to clarify all the confusion you created and give us an opportunity to call in to clarify that people could use the original participant code. And you did not allow anybody on the phone to speak during that public comment period on items not on the agenda. So we have some major disenfranchisement going on today on this whole process. So I just wanted to let you know that that's going on, and that is a major problem, and that will appear in our petition to AOL.
Okay, thank you.
We don't have a choice. I'm sorry to be so unhappy about it, but you cannot keep disenfranchising people with disabilities the way you have been doing.
It was certainly not intended.
Well, you did it very deliberately in January when we explained to you clearly that we had not had an opportunity to participate in the development of those code changes, which is a violation of two major laws. We explained to you clearly that you were actually violating Government Code 4459 by reducing access standards and by also enhancing them, but you can't do either one. You put in a whole new plethora of code changes and enhancement regarding electric vehicle charging stations, which was a violation of Government Code 4459. And then you also reduced access. So we're not confident. We have no reason to be confident that we'll be heard today, but I'm going to speak again anyway and explain to you that this is a violation of our rights to be able to participate in the development of our access standards. This is the first that I knew that this was a Caltrans issue, this sidewalk issue. And we have had no opportunity to sit down across the table with representatives of Caltrans and talk about this issue. If we had been able to do that, we could explain clearly to you and to Caltrans and to the counties and to every other entity, which is everybody, that will want to blanketly go to a 36-inch wide sidewalk, that it doesn't work. And the reason it's relegated and limited to only 24 inches is based upon the dimensions of a wheelchair and the dimensions of somebody using a walker. And that is the footprint of a wheelchair is 30 inches by 48 inches. So 24 inches, you've got most of your footprint past the barrier. But there is a problem, a major problem with this, which we would have been happy to discuss and work out some kind of solution with Caltrans based on a restricted basis, but not this blanket exception that you're providing. And that's that. A standard wheelchair that you can buy, not a specially constructed or tailored wheelchair, but a standard wheelchair that you can buy can be up to 32 inches wide. And unfortunately, a lot of people with disabilities do need the larger chairs because of the lack of opportunity to exercise and because of the conditions that lead to their being able to use a wheelchair. So you put in a 32-inch wide wheelchair and a 36-inch wide sidewalk. You've got 2 inches of margin on each side. Now, maybe they're excellent drivers, and maybe, and most likely, because they're disabled, they are going to violate that 2-inch margin, and then they're going to go off the side. So it's not a minor issue to reduce a sidewalk from 48 inches to 36 inches. You are actually endangering people when you do that. And the reason it's relegated to only 24 inches is because hopefully they won't veer off the side in only 2 feet. But that's still a question. So there are 2 major issues here. One is the disability community and our representatives have not had a chance to work with a state architect in developing this code change, as is required by Government Code 4450 and Government Code 11346.45. That's a major failing of the state architect's office, and it will be your major failing if you approve this code change without allowing us to participate in the standards that impact our everyday lives. And the second violation you will be creating today, if you approve this code change, is you will be reducing access in violation of Government Code 4459. Now, when you allow people, the enforcing authorities, Caltrans, counties, cities, builders, contractors, owners everywhere, which is what this will allow, to reduce a sidewalk width to the dangerous width of 36 inches without any accountability, that will be a reduction in access, and as well as an endangerment of people with disabilities. And we can only ask you to not approve this code change, and that we will have no choice but to petition with AOL against this if you do so. And that's not the way you should be doing things. You should be working with us. We're here to work with you. State Architect's Office knows who we are, knows that we will go to meetings, knows that we will participate if we can work with them in good faith. But it's not happening. It did not happen in electric vehicle charging stations. I met with them for a year and 4 months. I participated in a meeting, and it turned out to be a perfectly meaningless participation, because what we came up with at the end of all of our many discussions was tossed out the window, and the state architect ignored our comments and our recommendations and put in something entirely different. So not only do we need to have participation in the development of these code changes, we need to have meaningful and legal participation in the development of these code changes. So once again, I'm asking for you to do the legal thing, and for goodness sakes, the right thing, and disapprove this code change. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you again for your participation, and I apologize for the wait. And I apologize for the confusion on the telephone numbers. We'll make sure that that doesn't happen again, and I'm very sorry it happened this morning. Is there another caller?
During public comment, we need to be able to comment, and you didn't allow us to do that.
I understand. Thank you very much. Okay, is there another caller?
You have 3 questions remaining.
Hello, this is Tim Timish. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Tim Timish. I'm a civil rights attorney practicing out of Walnut Creek and a member of CODAP. I would echo some of the comments of Ms. DeLille and the questions and answers that came out from Commissioner Mickelton. I would simply add once again that the state architect, in standing and making his presentation, did not begin with the jurisdictional statement under 4459. I suggested last time I spoke in January that that's what would trigger this commission to even hear him. How is he, under 4459, bringing up our codes to meet federal codes? He can't enhance or diminish our existing codes that already meet federal codes. And in today's presentation, he talked about there being a positive change, but not how we're rising up to meet the federal codes. He therefore doesn't have jurisdiction. I can't harp on that enough. This commission shouldn't allow the proceedings to go forward without that jurisdictional statement. To the extent they want to improve our codes, that's something they need to take up with the legislature. 4459 is just quite clear that he's not allowed to engage in improvements of the code that already meet the federal standard. Excuse me, I'm dealing with this cough. It came out in the comments that currently Caltrans is allowed to self-certify its hardship exception. I just want to point out that that's not meaningless. The self-certification process, you still have to meet the criteria. It's a check and balance, and of course that check and balance is then subject to review by the courts if there was a judicial action. The remedies aren't limited to those described by Caltrans through the federal system of regulatory review. So as pointed out by Commissioner Minikin, we are definitely diminishing the protections here. No matter how clear the state architect is trying to make the code by removing the exception down below and bringing it up, he is in all events eliminating the check of a hardship exception. He is diminishing the code. The Caltrans representative referred to it not being necessary, unwarranted. Once again, that's something you need to take up with the legislature, because if it's some way that you want to improve the code, codes that already meet the federal standard by his own admission, if there's some way you want to improve our code, you need to take it up with the legislature and change 4459A. That's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And again, thank you for your patience waiting on the phone. I appreciate it. Do we have another caller?
You have 2 questions remaining.
Yes, my name is Peter Morgan, and I'm with the CODAP, and I testified at the January 20th commission meeting and made the suggestion to include the word technically in front of infeasible. And the commission actually supported that change, and that's why we're back here today. The reason I made that distinction is that current code requires an exception based on unreasonable hardship for reduction in width of sidewalk. And that exception is really a checks and balances system to make sure that the enforcing agency, in this case maybe Caltrans or a public works department or a building official, would really look at the resources and the scope of the project to say, is it feasible to make this change? Is it not feasible? What's it going to cost? How are we going to go about making this, rather than unilaterally saying we will go down to 36 inches. We heard testimony from the representative from Caltrans today. I think that there's a credibility issue. Caltrans is has been subject to a statewide class action lawsuit for non-enforcement of state and federal accessibility regulations throughout the state. I served as an expert witness on that case and surveyed multiple locations under Caltrans jurisdiction and found massive violations of accessibility codes and standards. So just if we are just expecting Caltrans to, quote, do the right thing, unquote, I don't think that's going to occur. The other thing is that just from a technical usability standpoint, as the regulation is written, the regulation says that you can restrict to 36 inches for a length of 24 inches, followed by a 48-inch minimum width of sidewalk, and then reduce back down to 36 inches again for 24 inches. And this is going to occur ad infinitum. And it does not take into account several things. One is that many wheelchair users have a service dog. And a wheelchair and a service dog cannot pass between a 36-inch wide space, which means that you would have to release the service dog from a leash, get the service dog to go around a particular obstruction, get the leash again, and then continue. So it really places undue hardship on individuals with disabilities trying to maneuver through an area. So really all we're requesting is to retain the checks and balance system that we originally had in the code, which is that for a reduction to 36 inches, there would be some kind of an administrative exception process whereby it's been documented, it's been evaluated. And with this, you just simply don't have that. And for that reason, I'm of the opinion, and my group is of the opinion, that this is a reduction not allowed by California law. Thank you very much.
Thank you again. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate it. Do we have any other callers on the phone?
You have one question remaining.
Yes, my name is Craig Thomas Yates. I'm a licensed general contractor here in the state of California. And the situation here is I've also sat on commissions here in the county of Marin, on the boards, building denial appeals, and so on. I don't want to keep going, but if I'm an octopus, I could switch my hats. My question is, why don't they just take the simple remedy of a bulb out? And a bulb out is an extension of the sidewalk out and then put the pole or whatever utility needs to be extended in that area in a bulb out. That's a very, very simple remedy that they could issue and not and put a barrier in front of a person in a wheelchair, which I am as well. I'm a disabled individual. Thank you.
Sir, I'm sorry, I could not understand what you, could, bulb out?
Okay.
I can't hear that
A
clearly.
bulb, I'm sorry. A bulb out is an extension of the concrete out into the thoroughfare of the street, into the street, and then the utility could go into that concrete bulb out and not interfere with the sidewalk. Do you understand what I just said now?
Yes, I do. Thank you. I appreciate for the clarification.
And I think that and I agree with all the other people, the previous speakers. And we've done this many times in many areas where we've done bulb outs, and they don't have to incarcerate and make a barrier in the area of the sidewalk. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Leanne, are there any other people on the phone?
You have 0 questions remaining.
Okay, thank you. I'll now turn item number 5, since we have no one else on the phone, back to the commissioners for any questions or discussions.
Commissioner
Yes.
Maketon?
Yes, Commissioner Maketon.
So I am not comfortable with this as it stands and as it is proposed. I feel like Caltrans has a hurdle now to restricting the sidewalks, and there's the checks and balances in place that maybe it could work better, but it's in place, and I don't think that they should be given carte blanche, even if it's a defined carte blanche with certain parameters that we have here to do or to allow those restrictions without an administrative finding and sort of full process. I know that it's human nature that when we're given an out, we will use it rather than try to do the more accessible feature. I know as an architect working with building owners that that's just the case, even with good intentioned people. So I think that I know where this would head, and it would not be to the benefit of the disability community. There may be a solution lurking in here somewhere that's acceptable, and I think that the confusion that we all had even today at the very end of this process is indicative of the fact that the process did not proceed the right way. It was not clear enough. It was not clear enough for the public. It was not clear enough for AT&T. And, you know, we have this nice document here, which frankly I haven't even really been able to study because I've been listening to everybody. But something like this should have occurred and been presented at the beginning of the process. And Dennis, I appreciate that you said that a few minutes ago. And so I feel like this is really a perfect example of why we have the option for returning things for further study. The public needs to be involved in this process, and I think that, as I understand, returning it for further study, it would give DSA the option of talking with their other stakeholders, which would be Caltrans and maybe others in this situation, and then deciding perhaps not to bring it back to us. Is that correct? Is it?
Council, speak, it's in the mic.
That is correct. You have the option, and that is, as an action item, you can return this item for review to the proposing or adopting agency.
And they do not need to necessarily bring it back. They could just let it go.
That depends on them.
Right, but that is a choice that they have.
That's their choice if they want to.
Right. So that's what, I'm going to suggest, and actually I'd like to go ahead and make a motion that we return this for further study, which would include an appropriate and full public process that would evaluate all aspects of the proposal.
Okay. Motion has been made. Do I have a second to Commissioner Mickelton's proposal? Motion. Is there a second?
Commissioner Sasaki, second. I have a question. Go ahead.
Sure, you can.
Question for council, though. A couple of the callers talked about section 4459. I don't know if that was the right number, but what does that say? Where does that restrict us from?
Both Mia and council can together explain 4459. Let me ask, before we do that, however, we have a motion and a second, and council, we normally have discussion after that stated, are we on proper track right now to go ahead and answer 4459? Sure. Okay. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and answer your question, Commissioner Sasaki.
I believe 4459 of the Government Code is the jurisdiction of the Department of State Architect as to how they are supposed to develop the regulations and who they're supposed to be dealing with. I think it's that's what 4459 says. It's not not for the commission. It's a statute for the Department of the State Division of the State Architect. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Okay, motion has been made and seconded to return item number 5 to the Division of State Architect for further study and review. Is there any further? Yes.
Yes, I just had a question on the
Commissioner Booth?
on the motion. Is there a timeline to, if this does go back, how much time would you need to engage the appropriate parties? And granted, I don't know that there's going to be a whole lot of change in everybody's opinion, possibly, but at least is there an appropriate amount of time before it comes back?
Mia wants to, before Dennis, excuse me, you react. Mia, I think you would like to.
I don't want to interrupt you, Dennis, if you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were.
Thank you. If this were to be reconsidered, it would, earliest it could come back would be for the intervening cycle of the 2016 code. So it would be the reconsidered amendment would need to be before you, would be back to the commission this coming December for consideration by the Code Advisory Committee, and then it would go forward in the normal process.
Okay.
Anything else, Mia, to add to that?
No, that, the timeline right now would be in December, the building standards would receive the rulemaking. So there would be workshops between now and then to change the language if that's appropriate, or work appropriately with the disability community and all the stakeholders. And then it would be, next July would actually be when it would be brought to the commission. So it's a whole other cycle. It would end this cycle.
So it would not take effect until August of next year?
No, it wouldn't take effect till
July of 2018, I
correct.
believe.
Okay, yeah, so it'd be okay.
Okay, is there any further discussion from the commissioners regarding the motion that's before us? Okay, seeing none, would you please call the roll on the motion that has been made?
Commissioner Booth,
Aye.
Commissioner Mickelton,
Yes.
Commissioner Sasaki,
Aye.
Commissioner Patel,
Yes.
Commissioner Santillan.
Okay, thank you, Pam.
Point of order, Secretary.
Yes.
We need a 9-point criterion for the further study motion. So you're doing something other than what was originally proposed, so usually there's a 9-point criteria that's attached to that.
Okay, does that mean to be included in this motion?
Yeah, it would be the reason for the further study.
All right. Can you give me that? So we are attaching that now. One moment, please.
Commissioner Mickelton, I'll add on then to that motion that it's based on criteria number 3, which is the public interest, which includes accessibility.
Okay.
Thank you.
Council, do we need to take another vote with that addition?
Sure, we can take another vote and with the addition, because that changed the motion.
Okay, so Commissioner Mickelton, if I may, would you please restate your motion, including the 9-point criteria number 3?
Yes, my motion is to return this item for further study by DSA, and to include a full public process. And the basis of the motion is criteria number 3 of our 9-point criteria, which is the public interest and includes accessibility.
Thank you. Do I have a second to that motion?
Commissioner Sasaki, seconds.
Thank you. Is there any discussion of the commission on the motion? Seeing none, Pam, would you please call the roll?
Commissioner Booth,
Aye.
Commissioner Mickelton,
Yes.
Commissioner Sasaki,
Aye.
Commissioner Patel,
Yes.
Commissioner Santillan.
Thank you, Pam. The vote is unanimous. The motion is carried, and item number 5 will be returned to the DSA for further review. Citing number 3, public and access of our 9-point criteria. Thank you all very, very much for your participation today and your patience for those who were participating from the public on the phone. We are now going to take a lunch break. So before we move on to item number 6, we will be breaking for lunch. That will be 1 hour. So it is, let's look at what time it is. It is 12:11. We'll be back here, let's just say at 1:15. Thank you all very much. Thank you, Dennis. Thank you, Derek. Ladies and gentlemen, if you could please take your seats. We're about 5 minutes over our start time. Thank you. Okay, we are going to resume our agenda. The next of the Building Standards Commission meeting. The next item is item number 6, the certification, the Office of Statewide Health Planning and Development's certification of compliance and permanent approval of emergency building standards pertaining to indoor efficiency and reduction, amending the 2013 California Plumbing Code, California Code of Regulations, Title 24, Part 5. Proposed changes are to align with the appliance efficiency standards adopted by the California Energy Commission in Title 20, California Code of Regulations. So will the representatives of the Office of Statewide Health Planning and Development please come forward and present item 6. Please introduce yourself to the commission with your title. Thank you.
It feels short. Hi, I'm Glenn Gall, Regional Supervisor for the Building Standards Unit of the Office of Statewide Health Planning and Development Facilities Development Division. And I'll slow down, I apologize.
Yes, thank you.
That said, the summary of this item is exactly what it says. We're making final what was adopted as an emergency proposal. This particular proposal was done somewhat in conjunction with the other state agencies in response to the governor's emergency, what is that thing called? An emergency declaration?
Executive
Yes.
order.
Executive order to reduce water use under drought conditions. We're a little bit out of sync with the item with the other building agencies, due to the fact that we don't utilize the Green Building Standards Code quite to the same extent as some of the other agencies, which is really where this thing gets captured by a lot of agencies. So as to not confuse our submitters who are doing these sorts of projects that are affected by the change, we do have a pointer for low-flow urinals and low-flow water closets that they also have to be in conformance with Title 20, which regulates the sale of low-flow fixtures in the state of California.
Okay, thank you for that overview. Item 6 is now open for the commissioners' discussion. Okay, seeing none, we'll now take comments from the public on item number 6. No cards. We'd have no cards, and I see no one coming forward. Lan, could you please check the phones for any public that may be on the phone to speak to item number 6?
You have 0 questions remaining.
Okay, thank you. Then that concludes the public comment portion, so I'll turn item number 6 back over to the commissioners and entertain a motion at this time to consider the Office of Statewide Health Planning and Development's request for adoption of their Certificate of Compliance and permanent approval of the proposed regulation for Part 5 of the 2013 California Plumbing Code.
Commissioner Sasaki moved to approve.
Is there a second? It has been moved and seconded to approve the Office of Statewide Health Planning and Development's request for adoption of their Certificate of Compliance and Permanent Approval of the Proposal Regulation of Part 5. I think Pam? Is there any further discussion? Excuse me. Seeing none, Pam, could you please call the roll?
Commissioner Booth?
Aye.
Commissioner Mikitin?
Yes.
Commissioner Sasaki?
Aye.
Commissioner Patel?
Yes.
Commissioner Santillan?
Okay, thank you. The vote was unanimous, and the motion is carried. All right, the next item is item number 7. The Office of Statewide Health Planning and Development is proposing to amend Section 422.1 in the 2013 California Building Code, Part 2 of Title 24, as a change without regulatory effect. Glenn, please restate your name and title, and please give us an overview.
Okay, my name is Glenn Gall. I'm the Regional Supervisor for Building Standards Unit of the Office of Statewide Health Planning and Development, Facilities Development Division. The overview of this regulation came as a result of a comment that's noted on your December minutes. It came from Gail Bate in the December 16th minutes, page 21. And Gail made a request of us to clarify when OSHPD 3 standards apply. One of the difficulties that he encounters in doing reviews and trying to convey understanding of our OSHPD 3 requirements versus the state fire marshal's requirements for ambulatory healthcare facilities versus B occupancy clinics versus I 2.1 occupancy clinics is that the fire and life safety standards don't truly relate to the licensure requirements of Chapter 1226, which is OSHPD 3. While we say over in OSHPD 3, 1226.2, that licensing requirements apply to any California Department of Public Health clinic that is required to be licensed, we do make note that it is independent of the occupancy grouping of the facility. Gail suggested that we put a pointer, again, up in section 422.1 that said, for OSHPD 3 clinics, go back and see that 1222 or 1226 section. Well, I don't think it'll really quell all of the confusion. It may add to helping out people's understanding of that. So we put in the change without regulatory effect, and it's pretty succinct and pretty direct.
Okay, thank you, Glenn. Item 7 is now open for the commissioners' discussion. Okay, seeing none, we'll now take public comment. We do not have any cards on this item. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to come forward? Okay, seeing none. Lan, could you please check the phones?
You have 0 questions remaining.
Okay, thank you very much. That concludes the public comment portion, so I will turn item 7 back over to the commissioners and will entertain a motion at this time to consider the proposal from the Office of Statewide Health Planning and Development.
Commissioner Booth moves for approval.
Commissioner Mickerton, second.
Okay, thank you. It has been moved and seconded to adopt the proposal as presented by the Office of Statewide Health Planning and Development. Pam, could you, is there any further discussion by the commission on this item? Okay, Pam, could you please call the roll?
Commissioner Booth?
Aye.
Commissioner Mickerton?
Yes.
Commissioner Sasaki?
Aye.
Commissioner Patel?
Yes.
Commissioner Santillan?
Thank you, Pam. The vote is unanimous and the motion has carried. Moving on to the next item, which is item number 8. The California Building Standards Commission is proposing to amend section 161.3.1.2 in the 2013 California Building Code Part 2 of Title 24 as a change without regulatory effect. And I see that Mike is sitting before us to present an overview. Michael, could you please state your name and your title and present the overview?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is Michael Neerman. I'm the Deputy Director for the Building Standards Commission. And I'd like to give you a brief background as to what's going on with this change without regulatory effect. It was brought to our attention recently, within a month, that a structural engineer that works for DSA had identified the misuse of a word within a section in Chapter 16 of the Building Code, which is in Volume 2. And that chapter, as Secretary mentioned, is 1613.1.2. It's within the structural design chapter, excuse me. And what this section does is it addresses the location of state-owned buildings and proximity to seismic conditions. And there was a misuse of a word in the last sentence of that section that was, as it was explained to me, it wasn't proper English. It didn't make sense. So the description was, instead of using the word of, we should use the word or. So what I'll do to help clarify is
Instead, I'm saying we should use the word which?
of, as opposed to the word or. The word of is being used, we need to switch to or. I'll explain. Let me read the section as it's currently written and then read it as it would be changed.
And you'll have to read slow, you know that.
Yes, thank you. Okay, so the section reads, state-owned buildings, including those of the University of California, CSU, and Judicial Council, shall not be constructed where any portion of the foundation would be within a mapped area of earthquake-induced liquefaction of landsliding or within 50 feet of a mapped fault rupture hazard as established by section 1802.7. With the change we'd like to make, the paragraph will read the same except for the last sentence, and I'll go ahead and read the whole thing. State-owned buildings, including those of the University of California, CSU, and Judicial Council, shall not be constructed where any portion of the foundation would be within a mapped area of earthquake-induced liquefaction or landsliding, or within 50 feet of the mapped fault rupture hazard as established by 1802.7. So to clarify, there are actually three different items. It's the earthquake-induced liquefaction, or there's landsliding, or it's within 50 feet of a map fault area. Currently with the of, it makes it sound like landsliding is a portion of liquefaction, and it's not supposed to be included that way. So simple change. We saw it as a change without regulatory effect, and we'd like to have that approved so we can fix it.
Okay, and that will be made under criteria number 4. Okay, are there any questions of the commission? This is open for discussion. Okay, seeing none, and we have no cards here on item number 8. So is there anyone else in the audience that would like to present on this item? Seeing none, Leanne, would you please check the phones for us?
You have 0 questions remaining.
Okay, thank you very much. That concludes the public comment portion of this overview. So I will accept a motion on item number 8.
Commissioner Santillan makes a motion.
Okay.
Commissioner Mickelton, second.
The motion has been made and seconded to accept the overview as just presented by Mr. Neerman of the Building Standards Commission. Is there any further discussion on this item?
Excuse me, Commissioner, to approve.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Okay, and the second still?
Yes, second,
Okay,
Commissioner
seconds.
Mickelton.
Okay, so it's been moved and seconded to approve the motion as presented by Mr. Neerman. Any further discussion? Nope, okay. Pam, would you please call the roll?
Commissioner Booth,
Aye.
Commissioner Mickelton,
Yes.
Commissioner Sasaki,
Aye.
Commissioner Patel,
Yes.
Commissioner Santillan.
Thank you, Pam. The vote is unanimous, and the motion is carried. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. The next item is on the agenda is item number 9. The commission requested at its October 21st, 2015 meeting to agendize the discussion of possibly forming an ad hoc subcommittee to review any new information pertaining to the exterior elevated elements. This is in response to the June 16, 2015 very tragic incident in Berkeley of a balcony collapse. This item is open for discussion by the commission.
I just had a question. I thought we were going to establish an ad hoc committee in
That's-
January. Is that Yes?
Let's discuss that, how procedurally we couldn't do it in January because it was not on the agenda. So
Right.
Mia, would you like to address that?
So at the October 21st meeting of 2015, it was requested that we bring this back at a future agenda item, agendize this in the future, so that the commission could discuss it once there was more information. During the January meeting and during the December meeting and during the January meeting, we were pretty compacted with the triennial rulemaking. And in addition, there really wasn't any more information at that time. So we didn't agendize it in December or January. So this is the first opportunity to put it on the agenda for the commissions to discuss the possibility of forming an ad hoc if they deem necessary.
Okay.
Is there, at this point, is there any other comments or discussion from the commission?
Well, just as a point, I'm assuming that ad hoc committee, we're not going to make the code or come up with the technical changes to the code, et cetera, but I think we could be useful at least in helping whichever group is going to come and ask us for a code change to aid and abet them with the process of how they would get it done quickly and efficiently and not be frustrated as we've seen some other
Right, I
groups be
had
frustrated.
asked me if she would address sort of the roles and responsibilities that
Right.
we would have in the ad hoc committee, and I think it's a good time for you to do that, if you don't
Sure.
mind.
So there's a couple ways this could go. Is the commission can create an ad hoc committee comprised of the members that maybe were affected or have area of expertise in exterior exposed elements.
You
But
mean
with-
the commission members who are?
Did I say that? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, commission members, yeah. And in doing that, you could review the available material, and I'll go into that in a minute, and you could maybe come up with a recommendation for the state agencies, because I think if it was discussed in October that maybe not just addressing this with one state agency, HCD in particular, could possibly affect all of the state agencies for amendments in the code. So therefore, all of the state agencies could take a look at this. So it would merely be a recommendation from the commission to the state agencies as to what may be thought about to change in the code. But then it would be up to the state agencies to bring forward their proposals in the next rulemaking and vet that through the public process as they normally would and see if there need to be amendments in the code.
Okay.
Okay.
Now, how does it, because BSC is the agency that makes amendments to state-owned, like UCs, do we have any, does the ad hoc committee have any role in making recommendations to ourselves, BSC, or how does that work?
That is kind of tricky. So the commission would make a recommendation to all the state agencies. It does happen to be that BSC, with our banner in the codes, makes amendments for state-owned buildings, UCs, so on and so forth. So the state agency staff, the Building Standards Commission staff would go out and do the rulemaking just like any other state agency and bring that before the commission. So the commission wouldn't have their hand, let's say, in the pot of coming up with that regulation. It would still be done through the regular rulemaking. Is that clear? Okay. One other thing I'll add is between now and the fall, October, what you have in the back of the binder and what's posted on our website is additional information, but it isn't any more factual or forensic information that has been released. But what we have learned in the last week is that Contractor State Licensing Board is concluding an investigation, and we are under the understanding that they may be making a determination, and therefore they could release that forensic information in the next 30 days or so. So between now and our next opportunity to meet again, there may be information available for an ad hoc committee to review if you so choose to create an ad hoc committee. Okay.
And to our knowledge, has there been any agency that has stepped up and said, we want to take lead on any code changes for this particular item?
No, not as of yet, no.
Okay. So at this
Nor-
point, there would be, I mean, if we had an ad hoc committee, it would be sort of lying in wait for someone to interact with.
Well, I think it would be an opportunity for the commissioners to review what information's available.
Okay.
Yeah.
And there may not, as Mia said, I think very soon there will be more information available.
Okay.
We do have a statement that will be read into the record by HCD because they had to leave because they had a conflict. And that's obviously one that would be interested in presenting.
Okay.
So something that at this meeting, do we want to decide to vote on whether or not to
form an ad hoc committee.
An ad hoc committee, okay.
Yeah.
And so one of the questions is, so how many commission members can be on that committee? And there's obviously that question goes with, well, so is there a issue or complication with having a quorum or not a quorum, and how does that work?
Well, if we have 3 or more, it falls under Bagley-Keene. And then the other thing you might want to consider is the area of expertise that the commission has and how that might factor into who would be best to review the information. You know, for example, structural engineering was involved, materials were involved, contractors were involved, that type of architects were involved. So we have the area of expertise here. It just is a matter of how many would you want on that ad hoc committee.
Okay.
Okay?
So procedurally, I'm going to ask this question. We do have some people that would like to discuss this item from the public, and we may have people also on the phones that would like to discuss it. So I'm going to ask, shall we take that public comment that would inform and advise us on the ad hoc committee, and then take a vote whether to or not have an ad hoc committee? How's that? Does that work for everybody?
Yes.
That works, yes.
Johnette, is that good? Okay. So any other comments at this time from the commission? Okay, seeing none. As I said, we do have a couple comment cards, requests to address the commission, and we have one statement that I mentioned earlier from HCD. Do you want to read that now? Yeah, I'm going to have Mia, as asked by HCD, to read this into the record, then we'll take the public who have presented requests to address cards.
Okay, so this is a prepared statement from the Department of Housing and Community Development. It's signed by Sean Huff, and of course Kyle was here earlier, Kyle Kraus, as you all know. So it reads, on April 18th, 2016, Dear Madam Secretary and Commissioners, at the October 21st, 2015 Building Standards Commission meeting, and I'll slow down, on behalf of HCD, I committed HCD resources and its willingness to take a leadership role and convene an ad hoc committee to review findings of the tragic balcony collapse of June 16, 2015 in Berkeley. It is critical, however, that we utilize the most accurate information garnered from the investigation and have collected all available facts to determine whether any new building standards are warranted and necessary based upon the tragic incident. While HCD and the BSC are in contact with the City of Berkeley and Alameda County DA's office, the details of the investigation will not be made available to the public by the CSLB until the investigation has been completed. And I think I'll clarify, CSLB is the Contractor State Licensing Board. There is still insufficient material or evidence to propose any rule changes or even attempt to form an ad hoc committee at this time. HCD continues to work with all relevant building code adoption agencies and the CBSC in order to propose safe building and maintenance standards and to determine the best path forward once we become more knowledgeable of the circumstances in this matter. So this is sincerely from Sean Huff. He's Assistant Deputy Director at HCD.
And Mia, this is Commissioner Sasaki. I would assume that when Mr. Huff is referring to ad hoc committee in his letter, his HCD letter, he's talking about an ad hoc committee within HCD. He's not talking about an ad hoc committee for the commission.
HCD.
So that's it's.
Yeah,
I'm assuming that, but maybe not. Maybe he is suggesting that.
Bob, you just.
Too bad he's not here.
Yeah.
Well, it does kind of read that an ad hoc committee within HCD.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's how it reads here as well.
I underscored that as well, wondering what he was trying to inform us or within HCD. We can clarify it later. I think it's just.
But his first paragraph does say that HCD made a commitment during the October meeting to convene an ad hoc committee of HCD.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
So
All
I
right.
would.
Sure.
Okay. So, any other commissions or questions from any other comments or concerns from the commission? Okay. Turning to the public comment now, I have two cards. Bob Raymer, would you like to come up first? And once you get seated, if you could state your name and who you're representing.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. I'm Bob Raymer, Technical Director with the California Building Industry Association. And sort of guessing where the commission may be headed, CBIA would be in strong support of the establishment of an ad hoc committee at this time. We realize that the forensic report hasn't been released yet, but as Mia has indicated, that probably will be forthcoming within the next 30 to 45 days, so well in advance of your meeting in July, I believe it is. I guess the ad hoc committee could begin to, deliberate. It would be our suggestion for your consideration for the BSC staff to effectively assemble an ad hoc group. Key players obviously would be a number of state agencies, in particular the Department of Housing and Community Development, the Contractor State License Board, BSC staff, and Structural Safety Division from the Division of the State Architect, to name a few. In addition, obviously, there's representatives from the wood and timber industry, the steel industry and concrete industry, who could represent the product manufacturers quite well. They're very familiar with doing this at the national level. And so, and of course, industry and the building officials would also be key players. In addition to installation, building standards, there's also going to be questions of inspection, ongoing inspections, both at time of construction and post-construction. So with that, we would be strongly supportive of the creation of an ad hoc group now. It comes to mind that at least two commissioners are probably going to be very interested in this. Commissioner Winkle and I suspect Commissioner Sasaki and Commissioner Patel will probably have a passing interest in this as well. So one thing's for sure, there's going to be a lot of interest and a lot of people will put forth a lot of work into this. With regards to HCD, I did have occasion during the lunch break to speak with Richard Weiner, who is the head of the Codes and Standards Division at HCD. And I wanted to make sure I wasn't going to be stepping out of turn by suggesting HCD do something that they did not want to do. And he seems very interested in having HCD serve on the ad hoc committee that the commission may be thinking about establishing. So with regard to the content of the letter that Sean signed, clearly HCD wants to be involved. And so with that, unless you've got any questions, that's my testimony.
Does anyone have any questions? Okay, thank you, Mr. Raymer, very much. Steve Pelham has also requested to address the commission. If you could please state your name and who you're representing.
Thank you, Commissioners, for the opportunity to speak with you today. I'm Steve Pelham, practicing structural engineer from Sacramento, California, and I'm here representing the Structural Engineers Association of California. Structural engineers, also frequently called SEOC, wrote a letter to the Commission October 19, 2015 regarding committee work and investigation that we had done in regarding to the balcony collapse. And that letter is reasonably current with the information that we have to date. It expresses some opinions that this is a multidisciplinary issue It involves engineering, materials, waterproofing, installation, ventilation, so it's a broad multidiscipline topic. Since that time, CEOC has reactivated its committee and will begin meeting again with the purpose of further study of this issue and with the goal of publishing a guideline document that addresses engineering and some of these other related aspects. With that in mind, CEOC would be very pleased to work with the Commission and other stakeholder groups investigating this issue. So we would be very, very happy to work with the Commission, and we will be working through our own ad hoc committee, certainly focusing on the engineering, but looking at the breadth of the issue as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of Mr. Pelham? Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else that would like to address the commission on item number 9 at this time? Okay, seeing none. Leanne, I think we got the 2. Leanne, could you check the phones, please?
You have 1 question remaining.
Hi, this is Susan Chandler from Californians for Disability Rights. And I just want to remind you.
I'm sorry, we couldn't quite understand your name. Could you?
Oh, sorry, I have the speaker on. I'm Susan Chandler from Californians for Disability Rights. And I just want to remind the moderator to please remind people how to get their question on the queue by pressing 10. It took me forever to find that out.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that.
I called your office and tried to get them to pass that on to you before lunch, or after lunch, for lunch. But anyway, I think it's a good idea to have an ad hoc thing for this too, because that was a very scary thing. Because people do parties and things. Anyway, I think it'll be a good thing to have that. So thank you very much.
And thank you for your reminder. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So, Leanne, they have to press £1. Is that it?
No, 10, I believe.
10? 10. Okay, we'll have to remember to
Yeah,
restate.
just do that every time you call for somebody to
Right.
talk.
No, we will.
Yeah.
Thank you again. I appreciate it. Leanne, is there anybody else in the queue?
You have 0 questions remaining.
Okay, thank you. That ends the public comment period on item number 9. Do we have any other questions from the commission? Okay, so I will entertain a motion at this time, if someone would like to make a motion on item number 9.
Well, I have I guess, clarifying question. So the ad hoc committee, I mean, is there going to be one ad hoc committee that's going to consist of commissioners and then other groups, as Mr. Raymer was talking about? Or is it going to be separate? We're going to have a separate ad hoc commission committee, and then there may be an outside ad hoc group consisting of, possibly us, state agencies, stakeholders, CEOC, AIA, etc.
And we also have to be mindful, as Mia spoke earlier, about Bagley-Keene rules. So, Mia, why don't you address, as you said earlier, your thinking and whether this is inclusive or not of the other entities as have been testified to today.
Let me ask Jeanette one question.
Okay. We're asking counsel.
I think we figured it out. So it would comprise of the commissioners. However, I think it's an open meeting, and so there would be information gathered from all of the groups participating. But it would fall under Bagley-Keene because there would be, I'm assuming, 3 or more potential members of the commission. It would be a public meeting anyway, but we would not have a public meeting.
Could I ask a clarifying question on that? So if there were just 2 commissioners appointed to this ad hoc committee, if we were to so do today, and then all of the other people, then would it fall under Bagley-Keene?
It may, as earlier mentioned, it's the number of persons in the meeting, even though there are two commissioners, but you have 2 other interested persons, that could fall under Bagley-Keene.
So
And-
could you give me an example who the other 2, anybody would
Well-
be an interesting party, I would assume, right?
Anyone could be. I mean, and for the building standards, maybe you may want some design professional to advise you, you know.
Or
to
be
work
on
with
the ad
or
hoc
be on
committee.
that, yeah. But it's a number of persons that's going to be part of that committee.
So I'm still a little confused. So it sounds like if you form an ad hoc committee with just 2 commissioners from the Building Standards Commission, and you add other people to this committee, or other entities to this committee, and any one of those other entities would have an interest in the subject matter of the ad hoc committee, then it would fall under Bagley-Keene.
That is correct.
Well, so it sounds like it would fall under Bagley-Keene, because
Fall under-
anybody
it would fall under Bagley-Keene.
Anybody we would appoint, I would assume would have interest. Okay, so that's clear. Yes,
Well,
Commissioner Booth.
and just, I think going more to Kent's question as well, the way I assume this is going to go is HCD is going to form a ad hoc committee that we are going to be a part of, representing BSC, to aid and abet that committee to quickly come up with proposed code changes. At least that's how I see, and that whatever expertise we have individually, we could lend into it, as well as collectively what expertise we would have in moving the proposed code amendments to being adopted.
It
am I
sounds like
incorrect?
that from the letter that Sean authored, but they're not here to address that.
I just need to understand, you said if HCD created an ad hoc committee. I think what we're discussing is whether the commission is going to create an ad hoc committee.
Okay, and I guess what I was backing up and saying, I'm assuming there is going to be a lead agency to come up with a code change. And we would then help that, with some members from our commission, we would help that committee with our particular expertise. And that's what I thought we were going to do. And that it would be an ad hoc committee of our group helping their ad hoc committee come up with the proposed changes that would then come back here for approval. Is that kind of where you were going, Ken, or is that not where you were going?
I was just going to throw something in the mix here, because we've been talking about this in some other areas as well for the subcommittee that's coming up later. And I think that we would not, that the ad hoc committee of ours would not be making suggestions based on our professional experience or otherwise about the content of the code that would be proposed, but rather facilitation of the process and making sure that by the time all of these other entities put their proposals together and there is a primary proposing agency, that when it gets to us, all the bases are covered.
Correct. Yes.
I have just a point of clarification. What is the purpose of the ad hoc committee for the commission?
The ad hoc committee was created to advise the commission, or will be created to advise the commission. The authority we have to do this is limited to having the commissioners, the design professionals coming in, but it is to advise the commission. That is the authority we have. So we are creating this to advise the commission.
So, Commissioner Santillan, there's been an interest expressed by industry. We have a couple of groups that have expressed that they will be in a state agency that will be forming ad hoc committees of their own, independent of the commission. And as I understood, they would do it, again, independent of any of us. And so as I try to understand the process and
Right.
what our role will be. So that's.
I think we're trying to get that together, right? I mean, I think we're all struggling a little bit with this process, so it's a discussion. I don't think we have a, other than what our roles and responsibilities are clarified. I think that, and Mia, please correct me, but I'm of the mind right now, having heard this, that perhaps we should allow those who would be offering the code to do what they normally do. Hold the proper type of public forum, workshops, and bring the code forward before the Building Standards Commission. I mean, what I'm feeling is the normal process should probably take place.
Time it gets here, it's done.
I don't know. Maybe that's just my feeling.
I agree with you, Secretary Badier. The process is to take place. This particular issue is within the jurisdiction of the Housing and Community Development.
Right.
And they have in their letter stated that they're going to do an ad hoc committee. That is the proper process. And if we are to form an ad hoc committee, we are limited to that committee providing us, Building Standards Commission, with advice and expertise.
Right. Let me ask this. Would there be anything that would limit HCD asking one of the commissioners or perhaps two of the commissioners to serve on their ad hoc committee, or is that outside because of their specialty? Just a thought.
This is kind of tricky. As under the regulations, the executive director, in this case, Mia Marvelli, is the one who represents the commission. So Mia should be representing. However, if there is expertise by the commissioner, that is on the commissioner, but not as the commission sending the commissioner over to
Right, okay.
attend.
So, but let's say HCD sees one of the commissioners as a particular expert in an area that they would like further information, and that commissioner may be the one and only. They're not trying to influence the commission, but would that be, and then that commissioner could serve as he or she, as a citizen as opposed to the commissioner?
The commissioner could serve as a citizen. However, the commissioner needs to understand the incompatibility of roles between when you're looking at reviewing and approving regulations versus proposing. You cannot be in a dual role of a reviewer and also somebody that proposes a regulation. So maybe, in a sense, you may have to exclude yourself from the voting process. That could alleviate that incompatibility of roles.
Okay, great. I wanted that clarified. Is there anything else to be discussed?
So can I just,
Yes,
just
of
to
course.
clarify, so we're talking about two different ad hocs. One would be if the commission chose to have an ad hoc committee to discuss amongst themselves all of the information that's been provided or may be released in the near future, and then come up with a recommendation to the various state agencies. So that would be one ad hoc. And then you're accurate in what you're talking about. Each state agency would then go out and develop their own, exposed area about EEE group to discuss this and maybe take the recommendations of the commission and develop their regulatory language, bring it back to the commission for approval in a future date. So it's sort of, does the commission want to create an ad hoc committee amongst themselves to review this information and come up with recommendations? Because as we all know, the state agencies are probably going to go out and review this later.
So, Commissioner Sasaki, so it sounds like things aren't completely worked out, but what is clear is that if we do establish an ad hoc committee for the commission, that committee's responsibility is to simply advise the commission. And look, this is an important issue. obviously it was a tragic incident. It definitely involves code issues. We are about codes. I mean, I guess it's my opinion that we should, even though things aren't completely figured out how the process would go, but it's my opinion that we should have a ad hoc committee for the commission, because it is an important issue, and it's here and it's now. So.
Commissioner Patel, did you have
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Patel. And I agree with the urgency of the situation, like Commissioner Sasaki said. My only concern is that if we just do an ad hoc, would we limit ourselves to just our knowledge base? As they indicated before, there's materials industries out there, there's contractors, there's weatherproofing experts, and there's a lot of other people that maybe that expertise doesn't reside on this board or this commission. Would it be more expeditious if we were just to direct the state agency or ask BSC staff to organize that task force to start working on that as soon as the results came out and assemble that group and then report back to us? And then we could obviously use our own expertise to opine at that point.
Are you talking about the commission staff assembling groups, that some of those that have testified today, HCD? Industry.
Relevant agencies?
That would be something at the staff level, then you're suggesting. How does that work, council?
This is, I think, something that we do need to think through because of the conflicts involved.
Yeah.
So it's, at this point, I'm not prepared to answer this question.
Would it matter if we were not on those committee? It would just be a working committee that?
There would be a separation, yes.
Yeah.
That would be better.
Well, and the other point that I was going to ask in terms of conflict, if we were to form an ad hoc committee today, just to advise HCD, for example, would the people that are on that ad hoc committee then be disallowed, could not vote on any future code that came or proposed code that came before us, since they already were involved in the advising as a member of the Building Standards Commission ad hoc committee?
It really depends. I mean, it's, you can read it narrowly to say that the code development that I was involved in is limited to this particular structure. It can be, so it's on a case-by-case basis. See, we can't say blanket, once you're part of this, you can't vote any longer on any particular item that comes that's related to this.
Mm-hmm.
So we have to look at it on a case-by-case basis.
But there is that possibility.
There is that possibility.
Yes.
Madam Chair, I agree with Ken. I think it's an urgent issue and something's going to happen, but I think at this point it'd probably be best for us to wait and see what HCD comes up with. And then it will be a little clear as to what we should be doing and what we can do.
Yeah, what
At this
role
point,
we-
I don't know what we could do or can do, so I would be a little reluctant in forming a committee that doesn't have a purpose at the moment.
Would it, for discussion purposes, would it be helpful if we asked Johnette to further research Bagley Keene and our roles and responsibilities, so we're very clear on what it is we could advise, and after being in an advisory role, what impact that has on any future ability for any individual commissioner who's on that ad hoc committee to then vote on what a proposing agency has before us.
And I'd also like to know what HCD is going to do, other than put some resources into it. Well, they're going to take a leadership role, so obviously they're going to have some format they're going to follow by, and then I think it would become a little more clear as to where we could be useful in moving the thing forward.
Have HCD be sure that their agenda is to present to us next commission meeting to answer your concern or question, Commissioner Booth. So, any other comments?
Commissioner Sasaki, I guess, so, I mean, the reason I believe we should just go ahead and establish an ad hoc committee for the commission is because, one, it's urgent. Two, look, my understanding, talking to Mia, there's no one taking a lead at this point. And I mean, we can go ahead and do that. Now, it's not, look, we're not going to be developing, our ad hoc committee in here is, we're not going to be developing code language or code requirements, but look, if we're can help, not jumpstart, but speed up the process, give some urgency to it, I guess I'm all for it, even if it's not completely figured out what the process is, what our exact purpose is. But look, there's a whole bunch of families out there, you know, who are grieving, who anyway want some action. And granted, look, anything we do has any code changes, revisions, anything. Has consequences to it, and those things have to be well thought out. But look, this incident happened, it'll be almost a year, okay? It happened in June. I guess I would like to see action rather than inaction, so even though things aren't quite figured out.
I think Commissioner Mickelton, you had something to add?
Well, I understand that impetus to have something happen. I don't think that people have forgotten about this. I think it's a slow process, and it's been a legal process, and there have been a lot of steps that have occurred. I would like to get clarity on what that committee, you know, if we have an ad hoc committee, what it is and what it can do, so that we then have the right people on it. I suppose we could have an ad hoc committee that then works with staff and council to figure out what it could do. That would be an option. But I think for me, I would like to know that first, and then establish the committee with a clear direction given to that committee by the entire commission. So I think that would be ideal in my viewpoint. And that second, if that committee is only able to talk to other agencies about process and not propose code language or specifics, then we may already have that ad hoc committee in place, which is staff, because that's what staff does on everything else that comes before us. So I would want to then get a clear indication from staff as to what benefit an ad hoc committee could provide in addition to the work that you normally do. And maybe, Mia, you have some suggestions about that or some thoughts about that.
I want to remind everybody that we're rounding more than about an hour, and we have to be concerned about our recorder. Are you ready for a break, sir? Can we do in a few more minutes? Okay, thank you.
Well, I think the tricky part for, 3 months ago I was staff and now I'm ED, and so it's a little tricky because I know from a staff point of view, working in the trenches, that our knowledge of the intricacies of this particular item is maybe beyond our expertise. So we would be looking to other state agencies that have this expertise. When I envision the commission ad hoc, it would merely be to look at the information that's available and make a recommendation to all the state agencies. Not write code. That's what the state agencies would be requested to do if it's deemed necessary. And so each state agency would probably then get together and work together to develop the code. And then that would be brought back to the commission for voting, because we can't have the commissioners writing the code and then acting on it. And I think we all understand that distinction. But what I'm trying to envision is if BSC staff is directed to take charge of this, is what resources would we have to be able to do that? When I look at the commission being able to do that, it would be merely as a body to review all the available information and make a determination as to, should this go to one state agency, should it go to all? should it be left up to inspection process? I mean, that's up for the commission to decide. But certainly, the state agencies themselves can create their own groups to investigate this as well. I think what we were basing this on is a letter we received last summer, saying, I'd like the BSC, the commission, to look into this and what can be done.
Are you referring to the letter that
The
we received
letter,
from the City of Berkeley?
Yes,
Okay.
that's in the back of the binder here.
And just so I know, just so we can discuss this, I mean, the next commission meeting is sort of scheduled tentatively for the end of July. So if we waited to take a vote on establishing a commission's ad hoc committee, it wouldn't be until, well, then, right? So that's, anyway, this is the third month. That would be the seventh month. It would be 4 months from now. I guess my point being is, look, we know it's important. We know we could have a role here. Let's do this.
And I would like to say that that is the proper role, what you just said, for this ad hoc committee.
So can I make a motion?
Yes, you can.
Commissioner Sasaki, I may make a motion to establish a commission's ad hoc committee to review information on exterior elevated elements as it relates to the Berkeley balcony collapse.
I think you want to say the ad hoc committee of the Building Standards Commission.
Okay, if you can insert ad hoc in there.
No, you'd insert Building Standards Commission. Yeah, ad hoc committee of the Building Standards Commission.
Yes,
Yeah.
ad hoc committee of the Building Standards Commission.
It has been moved to form a ad hoc committee of the Building Standards Commission pertaining to the exterior elevated elements as it relates to, or in response to the June 16, 2015 Berkeley balcony collapse. Is there a second? It's been moved and seconded to form an ad hoc committee of the Building Standards Commission. Is there any further discussion on this? Yes, sir.
Commissioner Santillan, I would ask Commissioner Sasaki if he would accept a friendly amendment asking that council provide direction, and at the first meeting of the ad hoc committee, kind of establish the parameters, the rules, and what we're going to do, what the commission is, or the ad hoc committee is going to do. And if that's acceptable, I'd ask that the motion be amended by the maker.
I would agree with that, so I would agree with amending it per Commissioner Santillan's comment.
Commissioner Patel, I just had one concern, and that is if this ad hoc committee starts working on items between now and July to get a jump on it, my concern is that you're a key member, Commissioner Sasaki, of any decision we make as a structural engineering member, and I'd hate to see anything that you do if you're on this commission or this ad hoc committee somehow get in the way of your ability to participate in the future on voting as a commissioner.
I guess I would see my role as really just with the Building Standards ad hoc subcommittee.
Ad hoc committee.
Committee, rather, sorry. So I wouldn't see myself going to these other agencies.
And again, I think it was clarified by council that the role, and I know we haven't seconded your amended, but just to clarify, council has instructed that we could not be writing code, or it would be a more global advising. Okay, so there's been a friendly amendment suggested to the motion. I think we need a second to amend the motion.
Commissioner Mickelton, second.
Okay, so the motion has been made to form an ad hoc committee of the Building Standards Commission pertaining to the exterior elevated elements in response to the June 16, 2015 Berkeley balcony collapse. And the ad hoc committee at its first meeting will be advised by council of the objectives and the roles and responsibilities of said ad hoc committee. Any further discussion?
I think we've discussed it.
See none. Pam, would you please call the roll?
Commissioner Booth?
Aye.
Commissioner Mickelton?
Yes.
Commissioner Sasaki?
Aye.
Commissioner Patel?
Yes.
Commissioner Santillan?
Yes.
The vote is unanimous. The motion carries. We'll take a 15-minute break at this time. Thank you. Okay, so now. Ladies and gentlemen, if you could please take your seats, we need to resume the agenda. Okay, I think everybody's in their seat. Ladies and gentlemen, we've just voted to form an ad hoc committee pertaining to the exterior elevated elements. And I would now, as part of this agendized item, I would like to ask for volunteers who would like to serve on this ad hoc committee. And then I think as chair, I can appoint them to the ad hoc committee, or do we need to vote on that as well?
It's at your discretion,
Okay,
Secretary.
I'm going to act as a dictator. Okay, so who would like to serve on the ad hoc committee as we just formed?
I'll go. Commissioner Sasaki, obviously there's a number of commissioners that aren't here that may be very interested in
Exactly. Well,
serving.
what we'll do, because I know our discussion will show on the record that many of you expressed a sense of urgency, so we wanted to form this, and perhaps during the period of time between now and July, others who wish to volunteer can as well, since I'm going to take volunteers and then appoint. Is that all right?
So long as they're aware of the Bagley-Keene requirements over to commissioners in that. Yeah.
Right. We always are aware of Bagley-Keene, right? Yes. Is there anyone else who would like to serve at this point in time on the ad hoc committee? Okay. Commissioner Sasaki, I appoint you to the ad hoc committee, and I will, in the interim, and maybe have council online with me, will ask those who are not present today whether they too would like to form an ad hoc committee. At this point, you are an ad hoc committee of one. And you do not then have to adhere to Bagley-Keene.
I could just simply talk to myself. Just don't respond. Okay.
Yeah, there you go. Okay, moving on. We are now, our next item is item number 10. And on the agenda, Commissioner Mickelton requested at the January 20th, 2016 meeting to future agendize the discussion, the possible formation of a subcommittee or work group made up of the commissioners to facilitate communication and the means by which people with disabilities may be better able to participate in the code development process. So I turn to Commissioner Mickelton and for discussion of this item.
Thank you. So as Secretary said, in January, I agendized the discussion of creating a subgroup or subcommittee, as we talked about it at that point, that would work on improving the code process with the goals that we wanted at that time that I suggested is that the process be more transparent, that it be more understandable, and that it be more inclusive, especially for the disability community that had felt excluded from the process so far. So we have had several lengthy conference calls that have been quite substantive and very useful with Secretary, Executive Director, and council representation, along with several other people. The Secretary had discussions with staff, with other attorneys and agencies as well, and we tried to put our heads together and come up with what would be the best approach. So at the beginning of the discussions, I made the parallel that if we create a better process for the disability community, that it would be sort of like the concept of universal design, which is that you make something that is better for everybody by the time you're done. So it's our hope that and this came up in our discussions, that the process that we would be retooling through these efforts would actually create something that all of the public and that everybody else would be able to engage with more easily, and that it would hopefully seep out from accessibility code to other parts of the code as well and benefit everybody. So what we tried to do was to create a structure that could address basically 4 things. One is training and education. The second is inclusiveness. The third is better and earlier outreach so that the information is out there. And then fourth is a better format for communicating the code changes. That's something that I know when I got on the commission, it took me a while to get used to the sort of presentation in our big binders and how to sort through it and how to figure out everything. And I know that even as we're sitting here after we've all spent weeks, people who know the code well and deal with it every day, we spend weeks with the proposals, and we're still struggling with certain parts and trying to figure out what was really meant. So that's one of the examples of how I hope that better format of the proposals will benefit everybody. So everybody in these discussions was enthusiastic and very dedicated to all of these goals, which was great for me to see. The hope is also that staff, will actually have a cleaner process, DSA staff, proposing agency staff, and building standards staff, a cleaner process and more support from the community if this is all done better. And then finally, as I said, other stakeholders as well will be benefited. So what we learned after sort of getting deeply into these discussions and talking about having a subcommittee, we realized with council that the commission does not actually have the jurisdiction to create a subcommittee to do all of these things. It's just simply not a part of our purview. So we started looking at other ideas. As a group, we're only able to approve, disapprove, and send back for further study. So the BSC secretary and executive director do have some clearly defined additional roles that the commission itself, or the members up here, do not have. And so we have sort of a work in progress, and I'm going to let the secretary sort of take it on from there about other steps that we're looking at for getting all of these goals met.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner. And I, too, add my voice to that of yours. I appreciate the time, the personal time that you have spent with me and staff working through these very important issues and items. And we have learned along the way, and I appreciate that very much. As Secretary of Government Operations Agency, Department of General Services is one of the 9 departments within my agency, and they report through me to the governor, Director Kim, that is. And one of the entities within Department of General Services is the Division of State Architect. So I am asking them, instructing them, and it has been memorialized within the strategic plan that was just put forward by Director Kim of DGS, the following. As part of the DGS 2016 strategic plan, the Division of State Architect has set a goal to increase collaboration and outreach with the disability access community and other stakeholders. In an effort to implement this goal, DSA will initiate the following outreach and communication activities. I'm going to read this rather not too quickly, but not go into a lot of details because I have directed DSA to work these details out And we will be asking Commissioner Mickelton to advise DSA in this effort. And so he and I will continue with council to work through some of these issues with the DSA. So one, they will reconvene a regular advisory task force meeting for the disability access community. They will expand access code training and education programs to local building departments and other interested parties. They will include persons with disability in the presentation of access code education programs so attendees receive a client's perspective. They will offer a specialized and exclusive code education class to develop a better understanding of the code and the regulatory process. They will expand outreach to a broader audience and use existing organizations and agencies to educate and increase participation in the wider disability constituency. They will seek ways to better educate businesses and the public that the ADA and access standards are not static and dispel mythologies, quote unquote, of access requirements for both advocates and businesses. They will increase earlier engagement of stakeholders in the access code process. And they will display proposed access code amendments to that clearly identify existing code and proposed amendments in a much more digestible and understandable display and access to all of us. I think we have touched on many of the things both that you, Commissioner Mickelton, have mentioned in your presentation, and we have also tried to capture many of the things that we all as a commission heard. I heard wearing my Secretary of Government Operations hat, specifically in the testimony on the 19th and 20th of January. As I said, this is a serious effort because it is part of the strategic plan. There are dates that are going to be associated with this. Director Kim and I, working with the State Architect's office, will ensure that these things are all completed. And we are already underway in the discussion. And I will ensure that the right people and advisors are part of this effort. So, Commissioner Mickelton, did I miss anything that we had discussed?
I think that's everything. And I just want to say that even though this is not a subcommittee of this group, as I had initially envisioned, that I have great hopes that all of these elements that you just described will each one make a big difference, and I'm looking forward to continuing to work with you on it. And I appreciate your tremendous support throughout this discussion.
Thank you. I appreciate yours, as I said earlier. Thank you very much.
And just on procedurally, should we open this to public comment?
Yes.
As well?
Yep, I was
We'll
going to do
next.
that.
Okay.
I don't think this is a matter that we need to vote on, since we could not, as advised by council, form an ad hoc committee. It's outside our purview. But I, as Secretary of GovOps, have, with Director Kim, working with the DSA, will make sure this happens, okay? But yes, I do not have a comment card before me for item number 10, but is there anybody here present who would like to speak? Yes, sir, please come forward. You could please state your name and who you are representing, if appropriate.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Bill Zellmer. I work for Sutter Health as an accessibility expert, code-based accessibility expert. I also am the president of the Certified Access Specialist Institute in California. So what I wanted to say is I think it's a really good thing that you're putting this together, and that I guess this is going to get handed to DSA. I've been an active participant in the meetings here, and you can't help but notice how how horrible it's become at times. It's just been an ugly and awful thing to watch as part of the audience. And there are very strong feelings that are being expressed, and there needs to be an avenue for that. In my role, representing both Sutter and Cassie, we're in favor of code clarity. We're neither in, we may not have an opinion on the issues that the advocates bring up. It's not our role necessarily to voice an opinion. We're for code clarity. And to the extent that the topic is to have a better forum for that all to occur in, I think it's a wonderful thing. And I hope it results in getting through to the important business of having a code that when the code is handed off to those of us that use the building code, architects and contractors and building officials, it's clear, it makes sense, and is usable. That's all. Thank you.
Sir, could you spell your last name for me? I missed it.
Yeah, Zellmer, Zellmer.
Okay, thank you, and thank you for your comments. Greatly appreciated. Is there anyone else present who would like to address the board, the commission, excuse me? Okay, Leanne, could you please check the phones?
You have 3 questions remaining.
Okay, and could they be reminded to press 10? Is that correct? Leanne?
If they're in the queue, don't.
Okay, all right, sorry. Would you restate the instructions for me so I don't foul people up?
If you have a comment to make on this item, please press 10 to get yourself in the queue. But if you are already in the queue, don't press anything. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. May we please take the first caller?
Hello, my name is Dawn Anderson, and I want to applaud the commissioners and you, Madam Secretary, for acknowledging the voice that we've heard over the last several years and to develop these guidelines. I had a couple questions for you and staff just to follow up on these 7 items that you've proposed. Will there be any additional resources provided to the agency for this strategic approach?
Director Kim and I will make sure that the DSA has the resources they need to develop and address each one of the items that I outlined. DGS is a department of 3,000 people, so I think among myself and Director Kim, we can ensure that they have proper support.
Excellent. What of the 7 items that you mentioned this afternoon, which ones are outside of their due diligence now as an agency that would be an added effort?
Well, some of the things that I outlined, which has been testified to, were no longer actively being done. For example, using the advisory task force of the disability access community to regularly advise DSA. That had been disbanded, so I would say that they need to take that up. Expanding code training and education, working more actively with local building departments. Again, that has been done from time to time and is done, but we are stepping up that game very much so. I think that one of the things that I addressed was seek ways to better educate businesses and the public. The ADA and access standards are not static, and dispel mythologies of access requirements for both advocates and businesses. That, to me, will take us even to look at state statute and making sure that we are addressing issues around 4459 and some other areas that, to the point of the gentleman from Sutter, that we are clarifying code so it's easily understood by the users as well as those that you have to work and live and operate within the built community, the built environment. We are currently not displaying the proposed access code amendments as clearly. Again, we've heard the testimony many times. As Commissioner Mickelton said, the commissioners sometimes struggle with what is actually being proposed, amended, is currently in the code. I know we spent about 10 minutes at one point in January talking about a change that then it was realized that we were talking about a change that wasn't even being suggested as a change. So we need to have clarity. So I would say that's new. So there's some other things on here that have been done but have been perhaps not addressed recently and that will be newly undertaken.
Thank you for that elaboration. I appreciate it. I just want to remind the commissioners that we do have another agency. We have the California Commission of Disabled Access that is, their mission is to champion some of these items. So it would be great to see some liaison between that group and DSA. I wanted to also direct any kind of grievances to this process to the ADA coordinators of the different departments, including GSA. If there are ways that we can improve this process, it would be great to be able to have an avenue for grievance through an ADA coordinator for GSA, so that those improvements could be recognized. I hate to call them grievances, but I'm unaware of who the ADA coordinators are for the different departments under your authority, and that would be, I think, a good idea. Also,
I have noted that. Thank you.
Another option to consider is kind of a report card. It would be great to know how the agency is following through on these items, and it's been instrumental in reporting other aspects of disabled access in our state, is to just have an appraisal of how DSA has performed. We know that under a recent Senate Bill 1186, I believe we had a state tax for businesses of $1 for business licenses. And I don't know where that's being spent, but that's a pretty hefty lien on businesses to provide education to the building departments, and I haven't seen a lot of accountability for that tax. So that might be another good item to put on your report card to find out where that money is going to each individual building department. I know that there's another resource cap, but I know in my local communities, it is curious how that money is spent. I want to also offer my efforts for the advisory task force and my continued participation with the commission. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate those points. I have noted them, and thank you very much, Ms. Anderson. Thank you. Another caller?
You have 2 questions remaining.
Oh, hello. This is Holly Ann DeLille. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Of course, I want to say that we're very grateful and very appreciative of the action you're considering on taking, and very appreciative of the work that you have put in, along with Commissioner Mickelton. This would be incredibly helpful in addressing many of our concerns and the exclusion we have experienced since Mr. Whittam took office. However, once again, I just need to point out that we should be allowed an opportunity to participate in creating this new process. This is the first I've heard of it today. I couldn't write fast enough to write down all the points. I would very much appreciate if you would send out what you're proposing and what you vote on today to the disability community and to all of us who requested for information, so that we can provide input on this process. It's, as you may understand, we don't have a high level of trust of DSA taking any kind of appropriate or sincere action on this new direction. So we really need to be able to review this in writing and provide our input, and like to second, maybe have another meeting, maybe before you adopt this, another opportunity for us to have a full discussion of this with everybody at the table who's affected, so we can all ensure that, number one, your good intentions will not be ignored or misconstrued or somehow lead to an opposite conclusion than you would want. I'd also like to strongly suggest that you look at the issue that Dawn brought up about business licensing. That is a wonderful opportunity when people go to get their business license renewed for you to educate people as to what the requirements are for accessibility. There's a huge federal tax credit that's available for small businesses to remove barriers. There's every opportunity for you to provide information that would lead to more compliance and less litigation, which would be a service to everybody. I'd also like to suggest that when we constitute this new advisory committee for State Architect's Office, that travel money be involved. Now, there's every opportunity for the building industry and all the other industries that should enforce these access standards to have a voice in what is said and done in Sacramento, because they have the wherewithal to pay their attorneys and their lobbyists to be there. Or if people are there on their own time and dime, it's because of their professional development. People with disabilities are not disabled by profession. We are just plain folk trying to have a say in what happens to our everyday lives in the built environment. And we desperately need to have accommodation to be able to travel to Sacramento or wherever a meeting is held by having our expenses paid to be there. We will still volunteer our time. But without this opportunity to have our expenses covered, there are many people who will be excluded because there is a high correlation between poverty and disability. And so we desperately need to have that accommodation provided. I'd also like to say, I know Richard Scaff and others of us have requested of the State Architect's Office many, many times that they provide a side-by-side comparison in a column format of the proposed code change with the existing code change and their reasons for it and any other relevant regulatory or legal information that pertains to that. And that request has always been ignored. And I don't think, what I would like to ask is that when you ask the state architect to provide some kind of clear comparison, but we've already specified how it needs to be done, and we'd like to ask that you be more specific so that we really get what we really need and what we've asked for many times. So if you could modify your language to require that he provide a side-by-side with overstrike and underline provided in words for those with visual impairments. Once again, please give us an opportunity to review this and please provide it for us in writing. And I want to thank you again for what you're doing and your intent. It is most appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. The next caller, please.
You have one question remaining.
Hi, this is Susan Chandler. I'm president of Californians for Disability Rights. It's the forerunner of this was California Association of the Physically Handicapped, and we're the group that started in 1970 to get the codes changed and get the laws passed, to get these particular building codes set up for people with disabilities, and the people that did this were the people that have mobility impairments. And that's why we have this, all that we have now. And we are really tired of getting notifications that things are being changed or threatened to be changed. And Holland has been a forefront member of CDR for many years. And I follow all what she does, and she's been trying to retire for a long time too. And she keeps calling me and saying, we got to do it more. We got to do more. So we really do need this committee, because they used to have committees like this all the time. People drove up the state to get to Sacramento to do these things. I knew a man who moved from Fresno. He moved to Fresno for a job, and then he moved to Fresno because he was so involved with CAF, and he was so excited about it. So all the things that Lynn said are very important. What Dawn said sounded great. I like the idea of the report card. I think we need a much better education for the architects. I don't think they don't get it. I keep going places. The mirrors are never low enough in the bathrooms. You know, it's like they just don't get it. And the things that we've asked for are not big ticket items. Wide enough doors, level thresholds, the mirrors low down, the doorways open and wide enough. Those things do not cost much. It just takes a little bit of thought sometimes. That's all it takes. That's all we're asking for, is to be included. And all those other things exclude people. The sidewalk's too narrow, exclude people. I had to sue somebody in San Jose because he had redone the restaurant, but his bathroom door was so hard, I injured myself. It took me 3 times to try to get my wheelchair in the doorway so I can get out of the bathroom door. I sued him, and that was wrong. He shouldn't have. The door person who installed the door, that's who should have gotten sued. So those people are not getting educated. The door people are not getting educated. The construction people are not getting educated. Whoever specifies things in the plans, they need to be educated. They need to specify things better. You know, it's just this frustration. I've been disabled in a wheelchair for 35 years. And I used to live in Utah. I'm glad I moved to California because it's much better here. But we can't keep fighting because people are dying off. And if you keep getting the people who don't want these things to happen, you keep getting them to win, it's just really frustrating. Because then it's going to go back to what it used to be, and there's no reason to do that. We've done the work that needed to be done. We don't want it reversed. So I'm sorry, I don't need to rant, but that's me. I do it. So I would really appreciate if we got this committee and we made that what Dawn said was very good, what Holland said was good, the side-by-side comparison. That makes a lot more sense than having to read through all these linear things that just go on and on and on. And I'll stop, sorry.
Okay, thank you, Ms.
Thank you very much. But you've got the point.
Yes.
People with disabilities who use mobility devices need those changes. You know, the toilets that are high enough, the bars that are in the right place, and people worked on that. They did a lot of consensus on that. Some people weren't happy with those things, but the consensus was that I can live with it. So it just makes me mad when I think about it, that people don't get it. I think everybody should go.
Ms. Chandler, thank you very much. I really appreciate your comments, and we have taken note, and I appreciate you calling in today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other callers on?
You have 1 question remaining.
Okay.
Yeah, hi. My name is Rick Halloran. I'm a building inspector, and I want to make a comment.
Sir, excuse me. It was really hard to hear your name. If you're on a speakerphone, or could you speak?
Oh, I'm sorry.
And maybe spell your last name.
Halloran, Richard Halloran, Halloran.
Thank you.
I am the building inspector. I also serve on a San Mateo Commission of Disability Access. I first wanted to offer my support for what you're attempting to do. I think it's wonderful. I think also the disbanding of the State Architects Advisory Council was a huge mistake. I'd like to see that back. Also, I agree with all of the previous callers, and I'd like to add one thing. I teach one of the few 16-week classes on accessibility in the state of California, and one of the things that I find most helpful is when I bring in what I like to call, quote-unquote, an end user. Recently, I had Chris Downey, who's an architect and who's blind, to come in and talk about protruding objects. And to get it from the perspective of the people who actually have to use the code to get around and do day-to-day chores is an amazing thing and an eye-opening experience for all building inspectors. So any kind of education that doesn't include persons with disabilities, I think is foolish. And I really applaud the idea of getting persons involved with disabilities involved in the code development process and also in the educational process. So I just wanted to offer my full support. But I also wanted to say that I think right now the CCDA is working on a whole lot of things.
I'm sorry, I'm sorry, sir, who is working on all
California Commission on Disability Access.
Okay.
I know that they're looking at statewide training. I know that there's currently a bill offered by, I believe, Assemblyman Thurman, that is addressing the tax on to raise the tax on business licenses and possibly modify it to be part of a building permit. And I think that needs to be coordinated with CCDA.
Yes.
I see a whole bunch of people trying to do the same thing in 4 different directions. So I would recommend anything you do, you coordinate with I think, Angela Germott at the CCDA.
Yes,
and that would be my suggestion.
we have talked, we definitely will do that. It's been discussed.
Okay, and I do want to offer my full congratulations and support, and I think it's, I'm seeing as well an erosion of the accessibility in California, and I think it's alarming what's been going on, and I just hope you follow through with this, and thank you very much for that.
Thank you, sir. Leanne, is there anyone else?
You have 0 questions remaining.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, is there any other discussion? I do not think we have a vote before us, so we don't need a motion. However, is there any other discussion on item number 10? Okay, thank you. Moving on now to item number 11. I'm going to read this, and I'm going to ask that it be removed from the agenda, and you'll see why in 1 second. Item number 11, Commissioner Barthman requested at the January 20th, 2016 meeting to future agendize the discussion of the BSC staff attending other proposing state agency pre-cycle code development workshops. In respect for Commissioner Barthman, who is not here today, he's absent due to an illness, so I would like to move this to a future agenda so he can participate in that discussion. Do I need a vote, Counselor, for that?
No, there's no action.
Okay, there's no action to be taken. So we will agendize that onto a future agenda. We have members from the public. Let's see. I think we are, I have to get to the end of my, no. So we are now on item number 12. Do we have any of the commissioners have any items they wish to have placed on a future agenda? Okay, noting none. Does anyone from the public wish to address having any future items put on the agenda of the board? Okay, seeing none here. Leanne, would you please check the phones?
You have 0 questions remaining.
Okay, thank you. I will entertain a motion to adjourn. It's been moved and seconded to adjourn the California Building Standards Commission meeting. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Thank you. It's unanimous. We are adjourned. Thank you all very much. I appreciate it greatly.